do that. Oh, did I not turn on the music? Damn. My bad. I was supposed to turn the music on. I can't hear the playback, so I didn't realize. That was the thing that I immediately reached for. Was like, oh yeah, let me. Is this 2K world? Why is it never a 2K? I log out of a 2200 world. When I log in, it's just a random fucking world. Who is this guy? What are the chances? How are you doing? Mini meme. What? Are you... What are you... Slayer? With no Slayer mask? What is he doing? I genuinely don't understand. Keep it 100? I don't get it. What? Did he leave? Okay. I mean, works for me. I just don't get it. All right. The music random. Sure, my prayer's good. Okay, back to the poll. This is mostly working. I did not mean to pick that up. I did mean to pick this up. Why do I feel like I saw a 28 without a spec? It's not possible. My max hit should be 26, I believe. I think we can probably share. Dang, Inferno. And Whip. Wonder what he's trying to do. Is he farming up the collection log? Is he looking for sulfur blades? Do they even appear on a log? I'm really at a loss. I wonder why he isn't over here. Somebody else is over there? Yeah. Okay. Crazy. Oh my god. I missed every fucking click. Oh wait, one more thing. One more thing. I wonder if closing the thread means that the thread is not available to other people, or it just minimizes it. Maybe the lock thread is really what I want. I feel like there was one other thread somewhere. I guess it's gone forever. Fuck it. All right. Now that we're locked the fuck in, we've got nothing better to do but to zero in on this rate. And also switch to a different skill if we get sick of this, I guess. There's only so much skill switching left, though, to be honest with you. And look at how much hit point experience you just get, though. Just drowning in that shit, dog. Let's see. Is that why I moved it over? If I move the keyboard over a little bit, it like helps with my headphones. Guess I could move this over. Then move this over. Oh. Don't need the gamepad anymore, no. May come in handy again, but not today. $27's my max hit now. Wow. I don't know how, because I don't think we leveled up our strength, but cool. Oh, maybe it's the second hit. You know what I mean? The second hit rounds up, so it's a little different. First hit like always rounds down. The second hit always rounds up if it's an odd max hit. Yeah, it's probably the second hit. You could try some gemstone crab as well. See what that's like. I imagine it's going to be like this, but way more boring. Still, we could do it. And it'd be funny if we died to the gemstone crab. Everyone would get a laugh. God, I'm thinking about League of Legends. It's been so long. Something about, I think it was like something triggered my like jungler instincts of like rotations. Oh, this guy was gone, right? And I was thinking this guy might be worried about me taking his Naguas because he technically needs them, even though it doesn't really look like he needs them, just because they're so far into the rotation. It's like, oh yeah, no, the Nagua will come back before he needs it anyway. He's fine with just those four. It's like, not actually. Sometimes it is, but sometimes it's not. It's one of those situations that it's really hard to tell that you actually do need the extra ones. What is this guy doing? Max Cape. Just going for 200 mil? Strength is only 101. What could he be doing? Just don't get it, man. I just don't get it. There's got to be some reason to be here killing these guys if you've already got a max gate. Maybe he is indeed going for 200 mil. It's just he's only just started. I find that hard to believe, but that's basically got to be what it is. There's like no other reason to kill these guys. They don't have anything. Who cares? Maybe again the Slayer log, right? I could see that being a thing. I might not mind that these are crush weapons, but the fact that they're stab instead of slash is ridiculous. These weapons, if you don't know, like Mayan, Aztec, I'm not sure which, maybe both to be honest, in their history, they had weapons like this, right? Where it's like basically a wood paddle with like obsidian shards on the edges. Obsidian just being glass. And the idea is you would basically like flay people with it. And they would maybe not even die, but if they did die, it would be to blood loss. because a lot of it, the idea was to like capture them alive. You would just, you know, exhaust them. They'd be done. Because there was a lot of, not a ton, but there was a lot of human sacrifice going on, you know? I think that was mostly an Aztec thing, but I don't know the distinct cultures that well. It's a little Greco-Roman, if you will, as well. Where it seems like there's a little bit of influence going on. There's some things that are in common between them. I think that's fair to say. I mean, kind of a softball. You know, these two different human cultures have some things in common between them. Weird. Points of commonality across humans that are in the same general region. I can't imagine why. More like neighboring regions, I guess, technically, but whatever. There's this piece of art that I remember finding probably 20 years ago, but I never found the artist for this piece. Kind of looked like Black Rock Shooter, if you're familiar with her. She's like a pale-skinned anime girl in like, I don't know, with a black jacket and a black bikini, mostly. Maybe hot pants, something like that. Oh, one of her eyes is Sans. One of her eyes is Sans Undertale as well. But the character in this art piece probably wasn't her. Maybe it was. But she had like a scythe and some kind of like cyber wings or whatever. It almost looked like a photo bash. Like if you saw it today, you might think it's like AI art because it's like kind of almost anachronistic. The rest of the image doesn't match the like wings specifically. Almost like 3D CG, you know, assets clashing with a 2D hand-drawn anime looking character, you know what I mean? Not quite that bad, but similar. Just thinking about that picture again. Still don't know where it came from to this day. Maybe we can do more research, but I imagine it's going to be harder to find now because it's probably, if anything, more reposted. But yeah, I remember doing like reverse image searching and stuff. Just never found it. I mean, I found it in places, but never found like an OP. you know, this is my character so and so or whatever. Sleeping SCP just says, Should I show you the picture? Are you that curious? Okay, so you don't know what picture I was talking about. So you just entered the conversation with a Okay. Awfully judgmental of you, I would say, but all right, go on. Is there something that you find amiss presently? Sleeping SCP says the only message I see is my recent message. Yeah, so? You said, and I said, what did you mean by that? So nothing? Okay. Bit of an odd way to start a conversation, but certainly allowed to. These guys have 4 arms, but only 2 swords. Savage says, not reading minds kind of cringe, bro. Sorry, I'm not an empath. Sleeping SCP says, any movies you like? Kind of a hard question to answer, like without context, but sure. Most animated things, I guess. I just watched Kaiju number 8 like 2 days ago. That was pretty good. It's just mostly like a recut and maybe some like reanimated shots from the anime of the same name. Not exactly like a compelling show, I would say. Pretty standard order shonen shit. Not like an extremely deep, profound piece. It was pretty good for the genre. Sleeping SCP says, do you like parodies? That's a very hard question to answer without context. Without context, I'm gonna say no. But I do like Dragon Ball Z abridged and Yu-Gi-Oh abridged and like YouTube anime parodies. But like the fact that I like those is heavily outshined by the fact that like Spaceballs is objectively kind of bad. Savage says yes, he does. Sleeping SCP says parodies nuts. Got him. I mean, I do feel like I lost brain cells, so you did definitely fucking get me. Fair enough. I prefer Mind Goblin, but fair enough. You could probably get me with those like 100% of the time though, just because I take everything pretty seriously all the time. I don't know why Savage said yes he does, as if that's true, because it's really not. Savage says, unfunny jokes aside, he does like some parodies. Dude. I can think of 2 things that I like and infinity things that I don't. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, if you want to talk about, like, the body of parodies... Oh, no, 3. I like, Kung Pao as well. Kung Pao Enter the Fist. That's also a parody. But, like, the list of things that are parodies that I don't like, it just goes on and on and on. Savage says, jokes aside, I like some puns. I don't know what you're trying to say. Probably nothing. Savage says, you do. So it was nothing, probably, is what he means by that. I guess. I should probably not stay. Pretty hard to say with certainty. But this, if I had to guess, given the context of like previous conversations, this is the part where Savage says, okay, never mind, it was nothing. You know what I mean? It's pretty consistent. A lot of whatever you want, I don't care anymore type shit. We'll try the gemstone crabs. Savage says bad day? No. That's what you're like. Objectively. Consistently. Are you trying to say that isn't the case? Like, what are you fucking talking about? What? I have like 4 or 5 clips of you doing exactly that. Of like, no, whatever you want. Never mind. I don't care. The fuck you mean? Is this the worst place to go for this? There is no good place to go for this? Whatever, we'll just run north. Fine. I don't think it matters which one we go to, because you can teleport to the right one. Savage says, I'm trying to say that it's not that deep, bro. Let it go. Isn't that what I just said? It was nothing. You don't care. But when I said it, it was a problem. But when you said it, it's fine. Oh, no, it's... The problem is that I'm not letting it go. But you were letting it go. By you saying that. I'm the one not letting it go. Right, no, that's... You're right. It's me. My bad. That makes sense. Wonder what these guys are doing. Magic short bows in the sight of its hair. Void makes sense. Masori doesn't make as much sense to me. Thank you for the hydrate. Why is Scythe of Batsura, I wonder? $126 strength. More than he has hit points somehow. Oh, I can't really benefit from that anymore. It's kind of funny. Yeah, that's the Tangle Root pet or whatever. It's the farming pet, I think. Spirit says, do we love this boss or what, chat? This boss? I don't know. Did I just take 5 damage? Or is that me doing damage to myself? I think that was me doing damage to myself. Is this guy's name Halo 6? Fatal Halo 6. I kind of expected this to be like much lower. I didn't expect it to be this much lower, to be honest. I figured it was going to be like, let's see. I don't know, maybe this is about right. I was thinking like closer to 130 or something. Like the biggest difference would be the potion. Especially since I am praying piety, but not even. Oh, Screw says, does this motherfucker have a pet? Meaning this guy, not this guy, but this gemstone crab. No, it does not have a pet. I think that the new Delve boss has a pet, but I'm not even sure about that. I don't know if the new Delve boss shows up here. Is that it? Yeah, Doom of Mokaido. 10 KC is enough to be rank 2000? That seems very low to me. What counts as a KC? Do you have to get like 10 floors deep to be 10 KC? Is that what that means? Because if that's the case, I think 11 was the fucking world record like 3 days ago. So yeah, this is like 50k slower, I would guess. From doing this only for, I don't know, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. So yeah, it seems fine. Probably not for us. Anything else we want to try? Oh, I'm thinking about trying shit. I don't think so. Oh, shit. That's not what I wanted. You can stay, but you should be reset. Try rune crafting? No, it's alright. Oh, but I should do Tears of Guthix, actually. Yeah. I guess now's the time to realize that. Scarus says 450 pearls and not one golden tench. Sad. I feel like you haven't made a lot of progress in recent memory. You've taken a little vacation. I feel like your progress is stalled out since last time. Can't believe you can't go to Fortis Coliseum without doing the shit. It's ridiculous. Scarus says, I have not. I played Rust for 2 days. Don't judge me. Did you have a good time with Rust at least? Rust doesn't seem like the type of game that you would have a good time with is the problem. It's like fucking, what is it? Tarkov? Escape from Tarkov? Scarus says, hell no, can't wait to log on again. Hell no, he did not have a good time. And indeed, he cannot wait to log on again to that bad time. Yeah, it sounds like a pretty negative relationship you got going on there, I'm going to be honest. I can relate. Scarus says, Tarkov is another one of my sick addictions. Yeah, I knew you liked Tarkov, or played it at least. Maybe not liked it. Savages do it on level 3. Tears of Guthix. Rust. I don't think Rust is a game with levels in it. Did I say something that you can do on a level 3 that would be hard? Is it hard to do the Mulk Pearls on a level 3? It's just fishing and hunter, right? You can go there. Couldn't you just do it? Is there some quest that stops you from, like, going there and just doing it? Savage's RNG is real? What difference does that make if you're level 3 or not? It doesn't? You're just saying you wouldn't be impressed until he does it on a level 3, maybe? I don't... Do it left-handed. You know what I mean? Like... I don't know. I don't know what... I don't know what... Experiences. Savage, was that you the other day? Is that what you were telling me? Was a level 3? It probably was him. He's the only one. He's the only level 3 that I know. Is that actually true? I don't think so. Maybe it is, though, actually. Suck had a skiller, but I don't know if she still does. For instance, there was a Chad with 99 everything except Slayer. I asked how he did it in your chat. No. Savage does have a... Well, when you say 99 everything, you mean a level 3. Yeah, okay. So Savage does have a skiller, but it isn't that progressed. Not yet. Yeah, no combat, obviously. Yeah, no. The skiller is, here, I'll show you. That didn't work for some reason. It's quite progressed, but not that progressed. Scrum says I asked him if it was all lamps, but he never talked to me. That's not the only way to do it. I don't think it was a ring of recoil thing. The method that I know of to level Slayer, other than lamps, is when I say know of, I mean Savage mentioned it to me before. Is like some method in partner Slayer where you like do like a weird attack on the last tick of a mob being alive, and you get some Slayer experience for it, basically. Yeah, Savage isn't quite there yet, but he's close to 15. Mostly it's for lack of wanting at the moment, though. He's been taking a break from RuneScape. And even if he wasn't taking a break from RuneScape, he probably would still be taking a break from his skiller. Scrotum says, doesn't Savage have like 1,000 accounts, or is that slightly hyperbolic? It's certainly slightly hyperbolic. He's at probably 51 or some shit. Maybe not quite that many. 26? It's quite a few. Most of them he doesn't use for anything, though. They're merching accounts. We'll probably do fletching. Well, I don't know. There's a chance that we do fletching before we finish strength. There's a chance. What? Must have clicked in the square. Whoops. Mac and cheese with your Inferno cape, huh? I do know you want a crush weapon for the Rings Apparel. Moon's Apparel. Karen says, how difficult would it be to copy your UI exactly? How many settings have been messed with to achieve this? For RuneScape? Settings, very few. I moved this over here, I think. I moved this over here, I think. I removed the bond pouch at some point. There's also like a beginner's guide banner thing that I turned off at some point. As far as plugins go, I think it's just 2 that you can like actually see right now. which is this one and this one. Oh, if you count NPC aggression, that's also a plugin. So we've got I'm not sure. So there's GP per hour. That's this one. But I don't know what the health one is. Is it like status? Status bars? Yeah. Show counters. Oh, that's the number. Show icons, sure. Visually show the restores as well, yeah. So you can, so when I hover, it shows how much it's gonna fill the bar. Oh, there's this also run energy warmth. Wow. Even spec. I would kind of like for it to be a third bar rather than replacing one of the 2 bars that I have. But whatever. I don't think I would add spec anyway. I don't think I care about it that much, but if I were to add spec, I feel like I would want it to be a third bar rather than placing either of these. So yeah, status bars, GP per hour. Oh, you could count these guys as part of the UI too, but we're not like presently using them. I think that's pretty close to it, though. I think that this is just part of RuneLite normally. I just moved it from where it was to over there. Maybe I moved this too, but I'm not sure. Oh, and animation's moving. That definitely is a UI fix. Well, is it UI? It's like gameplay fix, I guess. What's this do? Oh, interesting. Boy says I see more Naguas. I'm trying to do something about their population. You know what I mean? These motherfuckers reproduce like no other. Trying to keep them down. It's just not going so hot so far. Because they're super invasive. They're like literally trapped in like 3 locations. That's so rude. They're like extremely contained actually. God, there's so many fucking plugins. Boy says, I'm trying to build on your joke. Trying my best to be a funny man. Yeah, me too. The way that the Naguas talk, or at least the ones that can talk, they kind of seem like they're indigenous. Maybe like created by the like old ones or whatever. Whoever the fuck they are. The like ancient species that like built like this place, for example. Like also made the Naguas. Something like that. New spot. Spring Knight says, what is a scroll box? Clue scroll with more steps? So I think that there's a new thing to the game. Yeah. So it's the same amount of steps as a clue scroll. It's just that when you have... So I have a hard clue scroll in my bank, right? And by virtue of that, because of the update to the game, I now was able to get 2 hard clue scroll boxes from these Naguas. It's basically the stackable clue change. So now I have 3 hard clue scrolls, kind of. I have 1 actual hard clue scroll and these 2 boxes that I can use as well. It does stop at 3 though for me. You can get more if you do hard clue scrolls or any of the matching rarity, right? 3 is the maximum or the minimum, I guess. Oh, it says reach 54 HP and it did a quest. What quest did you do? In search of the hierarchy. Interesting. Why that one? You wanted to go to Mauritania? Looking forward to Sin to the Father? God, I hope not. That quest is going to be a trip. Actually, I think most of the quest is fine. I think it's just the last part that would be an issue. He gave you some HP? Okay. Questing is a good way to level up, generally. The wiki sync plugin installed? What does that do? I mean, it syncs something from the wiki clearly, but what? There it was again. I hit 0 and then 5. And then 12 and then 0. Yeah, the wiki doesn't know what it's talking about, dude. Oh, it says syncs your account with the wiki and then immediately fills out your experience or highlights. What you have done and stuff like that. So like, there's some kind of a checklist on the wiki that it would auto fill out for you, I guess. I'm not sure I understand the use case for that. Do you have an account on the wiki? I guess you would have to in order for it to sync to something, right? Boy, this is having a difficult time to find the right words to explain. Me too. Voices and no wiki account. Giving your in-game name, and if you have the plugin, the wiki finds all your info. All right, it says for why. That's kind of where I'm at. Because I don't need the wiki to know what quests I've done. Because the game tells me that. I don't need the wiki to tell me what level my skills are. Because the game tells me that. So what is the wiki doing in this relationship? Because it's for the game as well, right? This is what I was thinking is like a plugin that integrates your account with the wiki so that when you're using the wiki, you can see the stuff that you've done or haven't done. As to speak of the devil, I got their golden tench. Well done, man. See, all you had to do was complain. All you got to do is complain. If the game isn't giving you what you're due, just complain about it loudly. It's like, I knew it. I said that. I knew it. That's why I do it so much. I always complain and it always works out for me. God bless. Oh, this is, for example, okay. If you look up which quests you can do to get a specific skill experience, it immediately highlights, hey, okay, so all the quests rewarding fletching experience, you've done those already. Instead of having to look up each quest, like, okay, have I done that? And also for the calculators, it's practical. Immediately fills out how many experience you have in a skill. And if you've got certain gear for training that skill. I mean, I guess. It's hard for me to get to the point where, like, seems useful. Obviously, it's not useful for me at all, right? I've done all the quests and all of my skills are basically done, right? But even if I was starting a brand new account, like, I don't know if that's useful. It doesn't cost you anything, so that's nice. But I don't know if I can get to useful. Oh, this is just convenience because it's less looking things up and it's faster. I mean, I understand that. Convenience is definitely a factor, but I'm not convinced by that as being like worth the time of getting the plugin to work, even if it was one click. Like, I feel like I would rather just, I mean, in my case, like as an example, I use this computer for the game. I use this computer for the wiki. You know what I'm saying? So it literally would not have a use case just for the way that I use the wiki, as an example. And having that integration would not change my mannerisms. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, right, the DPS calc just happens to store in like cookies or whatever the last thing that I had in the gear set. But if I needed to like do anything in order for it to do that, I wouldn't. Even though it is convenient sometimes to have the last thing that I had in the DPS calc, it's like, no, I would just redo it every time. 100%, I would. I just don't need it to have like cookies of my shit. It just happens to already do that. That was fucking tragic. I was trying to step here so that these guys would be lined up, but that did not happen at all. I love when you have to cough deeply because you apparently choked on your spit. It makes me feel real competent, like I know what I'm doing. Voices also can confirm from my own experience now, ammonite crabs are less fought over since gem crab. Yeah, because gem crab is better, right? Like, people fight over the ammonite crabs just because you'd be better off doing the gem crab. Unless you need fossils, I guess. I don't know. I guess you could make an argument that the ammonite crabs are more of a hassle to get to. They're both kind of inconvenient to get to, though. Places, and apparently you need access and maybe one quest to get to the gem crab. Well, you certainly need access to get to it. I think to get to the gem crab, all you need is access to Varlamore And in order for it to be convenient, you need a Quetzal whistle. Yeah, access to Varlamore is one quest. And you don't even need to finish the quest, I think. I think you just need to start it. Maybe you need to do the quest that has the queen running down town square in Varrock. I know that you need to do or start the quest that takes you to Varlamore proper. Same with Corrend, right? But maybe you need to do that other quest too. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it has the queen running down the town square of Varrock. Pretty sure. Man, we really are fighting tooth and nail for this fucking experience, though. That's just the way it is. Oh no, I fucked this up. It's okay, I only lost like 3 ticks for it. Not a huge deal. Oh shit, did I miss that sulfurous essence? It's definitely worth picking up. That shit is very good. 500. I think it was 500. Rune crafting experience? It's not a lot, but I'll definitely take it. Probably should step over there. Kind of make my way there by killing these guys, I think. Didn't really want to reset it twice, but That was the only guy I could train strength on. Thus, the NPC aggression gets reset 2 times. I think it makes sense to basically always just chase the nearest guy. Void Waker, huh? What is that guy's cape? Sorry Assembler cape. Okay. That's an interesting choice for Moon's Apparel. Isn't this melee only? Like the Masori body, maybe because he wants like the ranged gear defensive stats. But the assembler though, seems a little strange. Pharaoh's gloves as well. Not ferocious gauntlets. I mean, it makes sense if you're doing some kind of hybrid setup, but why would you? Or maybe even how could you? I literally don't know if you can damage them with magic or range. Like, I literally don't even know if it works. They don't have protection overhead though, so it probably does work. It's probably just really bad. Yeah, I don't know. This place has everything that you could need. It's got prayer, it's got combat, potions. Nightmare Zone is also fine. I don't know if we're going to try Nightmare Zone. Maybe just to try something. Unless I'm specking out shit constantly, there's no way it's going to be faster than this. And you definitely can spec a lot in Nightmare Zone. Dang, I killed that guy? Holy shit. Oh, food. Today's probably a spaghetti day, right? I think I want to try and finish off that spaghetti sauce. Oh, I gotta remember to check if that barbecue sauce is bad too. And I have like a pound of beef left. And I think that's what makes spaghetti. Sauce, beef, and I have some noodles too. Some actual nudes. Let's fucking go. I don't know what I'm gonna do to cook the beef. Microwaving it is not correct. But in order to use, well, I have a smaller pan. I can use a smaller pan. I was like, in order to use the normal cast iron pan that I use, I'd have to clean it first. Which isn't like a huge deal, but I don't have like paper towels and oil. So in order to really clean it the way that it needs to be cleaned, I'd have to like soap and water. And then I'd have to season it all over again. Need to start the seasoning process completely over. Which I've had to do so many fucking times. Which is why it needs to be seasoned so badly. Which is why it's so much of a pain in the ass to clean. It wouldn't be so bad to clean if I seasoned it the right way. That's the whole point of seasoning it. It's the worst possible situation to be in. But yeah, I do have a smaller pan, actually, now that I remember. It's the perfect time. I've never used a smaller pan because I just use the same one all the time. Screen says he's just like me. Oh no. You know, another thing, this might not be anything like you, Screen, right? But there's like 2 reasons in my life I think that I can justifiably get stronger. One of them is in case I or someone else needs to move. You realistically want to be strong enough to like help move a 2-person object. That's really all as strong as I would realistically need to be. It's like if there's like a couch or something, I want to be strong enough to carry my side of the couch. That's like all I really need to do. The other thing though is the cast iron pan that I use is kind of heavy. It's not too heavy. Like I can definitely like move it around and do what I need to do. But sometimes like I'm like trying to like transfer stuff out of it or whatever, so I'm like holding it at like a weird angle aloft or whatever, and that forearm strength is like kind of a specific ask. I could definitely stand and get stronger and be more comfortable with that. Screeners is relatable, especially when it's hot as shit. Yeah, it being hot is a non-zero factor. And you're just like, damn, all I need to do is this, and it would be really, really nice if I could just do this without it being a problem. But I'm going to be extremely sad if I fuck this up. And that's just like every time. I just risk it every single fucking time, you know? It works out almost every time. I don't think I've ever like fucked something up completely in that circumstance. You know, you just soldier through it and you're just like, oh my god, I'm pushing my body to the limits for no fucking reason. I mean, because I'm also trying to be careful is the thing. I'm pushing my forearms to the limit because I'm trying to do something carefully type shit. Whereas if I like yeeted the shit over or whatever, I probably wouldn't need to be half as strong, right? Just like, bam, it's done. But yeah. Excellent reason to work out more. Which we haven't started doing. Soon though, actually. Unironically, soon. Serena says, I need to be strong enough to carry a 90-year-old 250 feet to a car. Worst case scenario. It has a lot to do with a 90-year-old, to be honest. There's many different types of 90-year-olds in the world. But yeah, I hear you. You don't want to find out that you're lacking. That's not the day to find out that you're lacking. Screener says true, I should have added more information. I almost wonder if that's like a wheelchair angle. 160-ish, 90-pound, 90-year-old woman. 160-ish pound, 90-year-old woman. 160 is a lot. The fact that they're 90 years old matters a lot too. Because if it was a 30-year-old person and they're 160 pounds, that's a fireman carry. You just toss that motherfucker over your shoulder, and then it's not nearly as bad. Sharona says it's certainly not nothing. It's not impossible, but them being 90, you're not gonna do that. You gotta do better than that. Shit, even if they were 60, you wouldn't toss them over your shoulder. You gotta be nicer than that. So yeah, you gotta be pretty strong. You gotta be pretty strong for that, I think. A worthy cause. Seems like it's a full 60k faster, actually, than gemstone crabs. So yeah. Gemstone crab, definitely an option if you want to be AFK. Not an option at all if you want to be fast. For instance, the good news is after all that I have no reason to do anything. So it's a fun little downhill ride from there. I kind of feel that. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, oh, what is it that Lucas Graham says? I find it bittersweet because you gave me something to lose. Because when it comes to nothing to lose, I've been there. I'm still there, mostly. Still there, mostly, to be honest with you. There's a lot of that. I'm more worried about fucking up other people's shit nowadays, to be real. Screen says feels strong, man. There's some truth to that too. Better. It's definitely not a straight path. What is it? It matters not how straight the gate. You guys like Invictus? How do you feel about poetry? I wasted some of that shit. That's one thing that I would be happy to invest a little more time into, memorizing poems again. I was like slowly carving out like a little sector of poetry that I gave a shit about. But I stopped looking into it. And I mean, what happened is I wanted to learn like maybe 1 or 2 poems in Japanese since I was studying Japanese at the time. But I didn't find anything that was compelling to me. That's the problem. And it's hard. It's hard for a language that you don't know as well, right? To find a poem like compelling in the same way. To find something with the same gravity. Trina says, don't ever make me think about how I feel again, Match. Me, I don't have feelings. I'm a cold, unfeeling husk that is programmatically going through the motions. It says you forgot mysterious and sexy, but yes, that's accurate. I think a lot of the sexiness comes from being mysterious. It might be a little redundant. Nothing quite as sexy as the unknown. That's why you have sex in the dark. And why aliens are so fucking hot. It says touche. I don't know. It's probably like less than 10% of the time that I see the word touche and I don't immediately think the like, it wasn't even like a running gag. It was like one episode of gag where they said touche instead. Was it even they? I think it was just Drake, right? He said touche for an episode instead of touche. This motherfucker cost me prayer. I missed like 6 times on him. And he hit me with that special shit. Stunting on my ass. Stunting on my ass. Oh, maybe the miss hit that I saw was because I hit a 0. I don't know if you can still hit zeros. I know that hitting a 0 was a thing before, though. Like, you just roll a 0 on your damage. Wait, you can't hit these guys for 0, though. They have negative defense. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Also, negative defense doesn't mean what it should mean in this context. They take a minimum of apparently 2. No, I think it's like 3, something like that. Except for their obviously the remaining hit points is different. If they only have 1 hit point left, they'll take 1 damage. They can't take more than that. But while they have 3 hit points, they can only take 3 hit points or whatever. I guess I could find out what it is by looking at the last hits of damage. The smallest last hit of damage would tell me what their... Well, not the smallest. Yeah, no, that wouldn't work at all because they could have 1 hit point or 3 or 5 or whatever. So it would be... If I double hit... So I just hit 5 and then 5, right? Does that tell me anything? Maybe not. There's probably a way to know this, but I'm not sure. Whoa. I'm not sure I can figure it out in this moment. Because I could also just hit or kill them on the first hit, obviously. Another hour for this? Yeah, we got quite a long way to go. Mostly just because the attack and strength experience is this. Despite me having things to do, because I made things for me to do, there's very little for me to do. I guess the smallest number that I see, as long as I hit them again after, as long as they have at least 1 hit point remaining, that would tell me what the minimum damage is, probably. So it's something like 5 so far. I've had this question before, but I have it again because it's pertinent. Can you do the equivalent of tick eating with just your passive health regeneration? Can you just take damage at the right time for that to happen? Oh, I guess I should have healed. Wait, how do we still have these potions left? Am I bringing too many? I feel like I must be, right? Wait, why do I even have this thing? This Quetzal Whistle's useless to me. I never use it. I use the calcified moth instead. Just because it's closer. Still not great, but it's as good as we get. What is this building for? So, with the most recent Varlamore quest, I guess we've gotten Varlamore sorted, and we've also gotten Corrin's like mostly sorted, except for that assassin that showed up out of nowhere, which we don't know where they're from either. They could be like Slisky, they're more likely what's that guy's name? God. Lucian? But we don't know. Because it's probably not Slisky. Slisky doesn't seem like they're fucking with... Well, maybe. They did do a little bit of stuff in Varlamore, I guess. One more? All right. So there's an assassin. They could be Varlamorian, right? They didn't look like anything. They were just wearing fucking blue, whatever that means. They didn't use the bow sword or anything like that, so it isn't like guaranteed Slisky, for example. But yeah, but Corrin right now still doesn't have a leader, so I think that the next Grandmaster, well, not the next, but you get what I'm saying, a Grandmaster that would follow the Varlamore quest line could also converge with the Corrin quest line. It's just this new continent. I think the next Grandmaster we're gonna get though is probably Sins of the Father Part 2 situation. That'd be my guess. Because they were talking about that in the updates a while ago, like when they were still teasing Varlamore Part 3. So I would guess that's like the next Grandmaster. It's a sequel to a Grandmaster that already exists. Which is crazy to think. But, you know, I'm down with it. I basically would like to see any plot line continue at this point. Doesn't matter which one. Every time I attack a mob and they don't instantly retaliate to me, feels so strange. I mean, I think I understand why it happens sometimes. Like, this guy will be focused on somebody walking past, so I can just get a ton of free damage on them, but... still. Weird. Wonder if I'm on rate for this sulfur essence. 3,700, almost 1K. So 1 and 4. It seems high, but only to my memory. My memory doesn't know shit sometimes. Oh yeah, I was supposed to be paying attention. We want to see the first hit be below 5 while there is a second hit splat. We saw a 5 when we spec'd before. I mean, it's technically any attack that they live, right? Doesn't matter if it's the first hit or the second. It seems like it really is 5. Can't do any less than 5. Oh. And it shouldn't matter what my strength is. 5 would be the minimum no matter what. Do you think there's a plugin that makes it so that the game says nice whenever you do 69 damage exactly? If 5 were truly the minimum damage, right? Would that mean that anytime I would do 1, 2, 3, or 4, it would actually just bump it up to 5? Or does it mean that my entire damage range is increased by 5? The difference being, if 1, 2, 3, and 4 became 5, that would mean that 5 is 5 times as likely as any other number, right? Because damage in this game is a uniform distribution. You're as likely to get your max hit as your minimum hit and your average hit. They're all equally likely, I think. Warren says, hey Panda, how's it been going? Mostly fine, I guess. You can kind of tell, right? Like things are the same, mostly. Still plan on doing Skyrim after. It's just that after took a couple years. You know, RuneScape shit. But we're mostly there, right? We'll finish maxing in like a month or so, maybe a little longer. Because we want to max these skills, but also probably sailing, right? I don't think I'm going to take a break before maxing sailing, if sailing comes out before we finish maxing, if that makes sense. The sailing is out before we finish maxing. Obviously, we're going to keep playing the game until we max. But after that, we'll probably take a little bit of a break for Colosseum or Inferno. Warren says, is Switch bugging, or do you have someone else talking? Or do I have someone else talking? I'm not sure what you mean by that. There's no one else in the stream speaking other than my voice. You might have different audio sources than that, but in someone talking about sleeping? Nope. That's not coming from my stream. Yeah. Right. So, 5 seems like the minimum. The other thing that I was thinking about was post-maxing. Warren says, there we go, I'm back. I have audio for some reason from a random stream on top of yours. Interesting. Okay. But yeah, if you still want me to play Skyrim, I'm still definitely down to do that. It's been a long, long time since I played Skyrim, and a long time since you've suggested it as well, to be fair. But I said I would do it, so I still absolutely will. But obviously, I would be doing it because you asked, so I wanted to make sure that you still cared. And also that we can like figure out a time that would work for you for that, obviously. Because if you're busy on like every day but Tuesday, I can do it on Tuesdays. But it's still going to be a little while off, right? I have to finish maxing first. So I'll probably just DM you on like Discord or something, if that's cool. Figure out a day when I know better. Obviously, you're not like going to be obligated to be there or whatever, but I want you to be able to be there whenever I actually do it. If that makes sense? I don't want to schedule it on a day that you're like never going to be able to see. 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. random days this week. Okay, so your schedule is not fixed ever. Is that what you're saying? It just changes week to week? Because there's nothing I can do about that. You know what I mean? Like, that sucks. Unless I like arrange a time week over week when it works for you. It like, which we could do, like if you're crazy, but I don't know if we can do too much about that other than, you know, scheduling something. Warren says, no, yeah, I actually just started as an overnight stalker. Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I'll ask again when it looks like we're actually going to start playing a different game. And if this answer's the same because you're still doing the same job and all that, that's fine. You know, I say what game I'm going to be playing, but I'll just choose a day and it'll be that day. In worst case, there will be VODs, man. You know, that's all I can do for you. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. But yeah, I think that Skyrim will be one of the first games that we play. It'll be Skyrim one day, probably. It'll be probably Dead Rising, because Savage has been so excited about that game for so long. System Shock 2, and those will be the 3 games during the week, probably. Something like that. Warren says, no worries, bro. Just do you, and I'll make it if when I can. Yeah, no problem, man. That's always how it is, to some degree, right? But I want to work with you if I can. You know what I'm saying? Set us up for success that way. But yeah, I'll let you know later, man. It'll be, like I said, probably like a month or two would be my guess. Warren says, I've been going back and forth between Halo Reach campaign, Fallout New Vegas, and OSRS lately. I never really liked the Halo Reach campaign that much. I like it, but not enough to be like, for it to be like my, like a mainstay that I like go back to it time and time again or anything like that. Really, Halo 3 is the only campaign that I really liked that much. ODST too. ODST was pretty good. But I didn't play ODST as much as I played Halo 3. As far as the campaign by itself goes. Warren says, I like it because of the nostalgia. It was my first Halo. I played it all the way through and have lots of memories of multiplayer. That's why. Okay. My first Halo was the first Halo. But the Halo that I put the most time into was for sure Halo 3. And it's not close. But you know, I had Xbox Live with Halo 3. My first Halo with Xbox Live was Halo 3. I did play Halo 2 on Xbox Live, but never, you know, in my own spot. It was like over somebody else's house. And I didn't do it for very long either. Like maybe 10 total hours Halo 2 online. Halo 3, dog. I don't have a clue how long, to be honest. Lots for sure. The sad thing is, though, I'm pretty sure I have more time in like Mabinogi and League of Legends and maybe even RuneScape. There's a world where I have more time in RuneScape than I do in Halo 3. Oof. Warren says, I played 2 and 3. They're better than 4, but I like customizing my own Spartan. Chief is cool, but I'm not Chief. I never thought about it that way. That's fair. But yeah, Halo 4 was not it for me. Halo 4 was... I'm okay with Halo 4. I don't think it was bad. I definitely didn't like it as much as Halo 3 or any of the other Halo games. Savage did not enjoy Halo 4. Never again would be too soon, I think, for Savage. For Halo 4. But I think I was like mostly okay with it. It was fine. It wasn't my favorite. Warren says, I'll have to play ODST again. I played it once, but it was like playing flashbacks following your team or something. Yeah. Halo 3 ODST is the first open world Halo game. Halo Infinite wishes it was the first open world Halo. It's just that the open world in Halo 3 ODST is kind of small. Warren says, really, I never played it online. It's not an online experience. Halo 3 ODST is completely offline. There's a firefight multiplayer that's online. And then the regular Halo 3 multiplayer with Sandbox and Forge. That's not right. I think Foundry was not DLC. I think Foundry was base game. But Sandbox was DLC. There was one other thing in that DLC. Avalanche, maybe? I don't know. It's been too long, I guess. I don't remember anymore. I don't remember no more. But yeah, yeah, when I say open world, I just mean that you can take on the levels in any order you want until the end game. There's a pretty natural sequence of events, but you can technically do the levels in any order. Because there's like a hub level, kind of like a Mega Man. Yeah. If instead of choosing a robot master, it was a hub world that you go through, does that make it an open world? It kind of does. I mean, in the same way that Halo Infinite is an open world, like you go to the fucking plot progression thing to do the next thing. GTA is an open world, right? Yeah, it's definitely an open world. It definitely counts. One says, oh, I'll definitely replay it. I think I only played it through. I think I only played through it because of the QCB helmet in Reach. Got to beat a bunch of Halo campaigns on Legendary. Do you? Probably CQB, Close Quarters Combat, probably. I don't know what QCB would stand for. I just fucking died. That's unfortunate. I really should stop dying. It really fucks up my rate. CQB requires you to do a bunch of campaigns, huh? That's interesting. In Halo 3, you got it for free. It was like the out-of-the-box secondary option that you just got for free. So it's pretty interesting that they added unlock components for it, but all right. Warren says it's just a small helmet. That's never required locked. Nothing special, but I like it. I like the CQB helmet. That was the one I used in Halo 3 a lot. I don't remember it in Reach, to be honest. I know that Reach had a lot of stuff. Most of the stuff that you unlocked in Reach, though, for customization was like from just playing the multiplayer. Like as you like ranked up or whatever, you got more options generally. Or at least that's how I remember it. I don't remember like specific, you know what I mean? Like you do X task and it gets you Y item. I don't remember that happening. Not saying that it didn't, I just don't remember it. Very well could have. Warren says, yeah, it was Halo Waypoint unlock. Oh, interesting. Halo Waypoint. I remember Halo Waypoint. You could watch Red versus Blue on Halo Waypoint. Man, Rooster Teeth, what happened? You were like honorary first party back in the day. Oh, I might not have room for all these. I just realized I have surge potions waiting for me. Oh, we can drop that. That'll make some room. Warren says, wait, what? They are behind Red versus Blue too? Halo Waypoint? No. The people behind Halo Waypoint are fucking faceless voices. Not even voices. They're just faceless entities. Warren says, I love Red versus Blue, but I didn't know they made it. They didn't. They have nothing to do with Halo Waypoint, as far as I know. Okay. Just like lock in and get through this. Actually, maybe I drop this now because I don't want to lose that surge potion. That's actually kind of a, it's not a huge loss, but it would make me sad. Kind of a big deal in a way. No, I can't pick up the sulfurous essence either. Okay. Great. That's definitely what I wanted. Thank you for the fire runes. I love that shit. I don't know what I would do without my fire runes. I could absolutely pick up those fire runes and put them in my rune pouch. I'm not going to because fuck those fire runes. Warren says Ruby is the only thing I knew about Rooster Teeth because they said I had to finish the anime on their website and I was sad. Yes, Red versus Blue was done by Rooster Teeth, and Rooster Teeth did Ruby as well. Nowadays, Rooster Teeth is like, well, I mean, it's no longer defunct. It might as well be defunct though. They'd still do Red versus Blue, or they will probably. I don't think they're doing it yet. But Ruby is alive and well. It is officially hosted first party on Viz. Though I don't know if you can watch it online. I know that you can get the DVDs through Viz. Online, you can get it through like Hulu, I think, and maybe other places as well. Maybe Amazon, maybe YouTube. But it was like a process. It was a whole fucking process. It took an eternity for that shit to be available online again. It took so long. I almost wanted to buy Ruby myself, just like a box set of it. But I decided not to because I would need a Blu-ray player for it. And that's mainly the reason why I decided not to. Warren says I watched up to season 9, I think, on YouTube. I don't think season 9 was ever available on YouTube. Maybe. Not like legally, but maybe somebody mirrored it at some point. Season 9. I think volume 10 is the next one. I think we're on volume 10. And it will be out at some point in the future. Probably, I would guess about a year from now. Maybe 2 years. but that's based on literally nothing. I have no information about when it will be released. That's just given the time to produce a show like Ruby, I imagine it would be a couple of years, starting from like literally now. Warren says, yeah, volume 9, but Ruby was the first anime I actually cried for. I was so sad. That's crazy. Really? Did it just hit you at the right time? I like Ruby a lot, but it's definitely not the first anime to make me cry. Oh. I think that's mostly a timing thing. Ruby's good, and it's not like it's like it doesn't deserve it, you know what I mean? Just if you saw something else before then, it definitely would have had the same effect. I think Anohana is my favorite for like anime to make you cry. Warren says when the redhead chick died. You don't even know Pyrrha's name. You don't even know her name. You know, after her and John got close. His name is Jean, like the color yellow. Oh my god. You don't even. No, I'm kidding. It's not important. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I wonder if Pyrrha's name is a color reference too. Most characters in Ruby have color names. It's like, nerd. Yeah, you got me. It's true. Warren says, I was thinking Ember, but I was like, no, that can't be right. Cinder is probably why you thought Ember, and that is not her name, no. Yours says, I cried during the first Pokemon movie when they were fighting their clones. Yes, that might be the first time I cried while watching anime as well. The first Pokemon movie. It wasn't when they were fighting their clones, though. It was when Ash became Stone. Screenwriter's like, wait, does that count as anime? Yes, it definitely does. Warren says, yeah, if that counts, I'm a liar when Ash got stoned. That's not what that means. That's not what that means. That's not, those are not the same thing. Warren says, yeah, it does. No, it doesn't. Warren says when Ash got rocked. I mean, you did get rocked, but that's not exactly what that means either. Here's his good old childhood memory, sitting there watching Ash get stoned. Stop it. Warren says, and Pikachu wouldn't fight back. Yeah. Well, I think they were like slapping each other, but they like weren't trying very hard. It's been a long time since I've seen the first Pokemon movie. Long time. I feel like I've seen the third Pokemon movie fairly recently for some reason. Or maybe just parts of it? I feel like Suck's the reason. Is it weird to blame Suck for this? Warren says they were exhausted? Yeah, sure. Grant says, yes, do it anyway. What do you mean by that? Don't you fucking run from me. I should probably have vegetables with the spaghetti too, right? I don't know what vegetables I have. I know I finished off the Brussels sprouts. I'm hoping that I don't have to go with corn or peas. I think I've got like a mixed veggie thing. That'll probably be good. Nothing wrong with corn or peas, but like with spaghetti, you know what I mean? Spaghetti's already kind of a full meal. It's got tomatoes in there. It's fine. Remember, it says corn for me over green beans, peas, and carrots, and corn. I think the mixed one is better than just straight up corn. I forget what the mix has. It's got green beans in it. It's probably got some corn, carrots for sure, maybe some peas. I don't know. Says I do straight up corn personally. I don't think corn's the answer for me, dog. I think I'm gonna save the corn for fish sticks. I think it's gonna be corn and fish sticks in my mouth. Warren says tomorrow after work, I gotta run more quests for Desert Treasure 1. Need Death Plateau, Troll Stronghold, Tourist Trap, Dig Site, and then Desert Treasure 1. Death Plateau and Troll Stronghold, I think, is like kind of a tall order. I think. I don't remember those quests that well. I remember that being like a hassle though. Tourist Trap, I think, is free, and Dig Site, I think, is also fine. Warren says it's like doable in one day, but I don't want to wait to 1 or 2 quests a day. Let's see. I don't remember quest that well. That's like my whole fucking life though in this game. Like, I don't remember shit. I did everything and I don't remember shit. I remember the boss fights, but most everything else about it, like, I don't remember. Warren says Tourist Trap is horrible. I always struggle with it. I don't remember it. What do you do in Tourist Trap then? Warren says I've done Tourist Trap 4 times and I always die. So it's got to have combat in it somewhere then. What do you die to in Tourist Trap? Warren says it's the one where you got to rescue the girl from the slave camp in the desert. Oh, that one's easy. That was one of the first member quests I ever did, actually. How do you die in that quest? Warren says fix the wagon and leave. I presume that is part of that quest. I don't remember it specifically. I don't remember dying in that quest either, though. But we did it super early on. Warren says it's easy when you ain't good. What? It's easier to do the quest when you're not good at the game? That's crazy. It punishes you for being skilled. That's pretty funny. It would make a lot of sense why Savage started with that quest if that's the case. Warren says, am noob 200 mil, please, so I can get good at tourist trap. I said 200 mil. You clearly said 10 mil. I increased it by 20 times for no reason. I can spot you 10 mil to get good at tourist trap. As long as you don't spend it all in one place. I don't think 10 mil would make a difference. I don't know what that would do for you. I'm going to be honest. Oh, I never did Tears of Ethics, did I? Oh, no, I did. 13K. I didn't get as much as I should have, but it's fine. I did my dailies today, but I didn't do them again. So I should do them. Well, I don't need to do them soon. I can do them tomorrow morning. That'd be fine too. Warren says, but I just made a new account like a week ago and started with 60 mil just to auto click cannon and telealky. So no issue so far. 74 range, 94 magic in 3 days. That's pretty good. No hit point experience? Warren says, I'm waiting for ban. If no ban, I'm gonna auto click main. Oh. Yeah, they're gonna ban you at some point for sure. It's just a matter of time. I didn't know what you meant by auto click. But now that I understand, yeah, they're definitely gonna ban you. It's just a matter of time. It might even be a situation. So I would caution you. I would warn you about doing it on your main or doing it at all, because the way that they ban accounts like that in a lot of cases, like botted accounts and such, isn't by banning them as soon as they detect them. Typically they'll ban them in waves, right? And the reason why is because if you ban them in a wave, right, as the botters are developing new technologies, they can't be certain that the new technology that they have has been detected or not when you ban them in a batch like that. Whereas if you ban them as soon as they're detected, you get feedback as a botter so that you know, oh, the thing that I'm doing is detectable by the system, so I'm not going to do that, right? I'm going to do it some other way, you know? So I wouldn't approach it from that perspective, because your main is going to get banned just later, right? Your main and your other account might get banned at the same time. It would just be they're just waiting for the right time to ban another wave of bots, you know? And there's various reasons why they would wait for a particular time as well. Like a big content update like Varlamore Part 3 actually would be a pretty good reason to ban a bunch of bots, I bet. I know that they announced bot wave bans on their live streams as well, right? Warren says, that's good to know. The auto clicker has an anti-detection, so the clicks aren't the same each time. You're hopeful? Good luck, man. I wouldn't. Anything that you care about is not worth risking. You know what I mean? I've got too much time in my account to ever risk it on anything like that, ever. And if this account gets banned as well, I'm fully done with RuneScape. That's whether I max or not, to be honest. It's like, okay, well, I'm done. Goodbye forever. Oh, here it comes. Here we go. 97. Burr, 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 burr. Oh, and my combat went up too. I need 3 more attack or strength to get to the next combat level. Thanks, guys. That's what I was looking for. Warren says, yeah, I'm skeptical about doing it on the main because I've been playing it for like 3 years and I'm almost to Desert Treasure 2. Yeah, I got you. Fair enough. Yeah, no, I wouldn't. One thing that I did do. Oh, Dragon Slayer 2. My bad. Got you. There's similar levels of play anyway. Desert Treasure 2, I would say, is harder than Dragon Slayer 2, but they're both Grandmaster quests. But speaking of, nothing to do with RuneScape, obviously, but technically I was doing sort of a cheating thing in Grand Blue. I don't know why, but for whatever reason in Grand Blue, you're not allowed to have more than one account in the game, technically. Like, they don't want you, a single person, to have more than one account in that game. Which is not a problem in RuneScape at all. At least it isn't now. I think back in the day it was, but again, I don't know why. I just don't understand why that would be an issue. But yeah, that's technically against the rules in Grand Blue, and I had 2 accounts. But I gave up the other account. I still have it technically. I don't know where the information is for it. But technically I do have a second account in that game if I wanted to play a gacha game twice for some reason. There's reasons. There's co-op content in that game that you benefit from having somebody synchronously playing with you. But other than that, there's not a lot of reason to have a second account anyway. Yeah, Gnome Queen. But yeah, that's about the only thing that I've ever done that is like technically against the rules in just about any game, I would say. I struggle to think of something else that I've done against the rules in a game, to be honest. I'm kind of a stickler for the rules. And at first I didn't know that it was against the rules. And as soon as I found out it was bannable, I was like, it's not worth risking my main account for this. So I stopped using it at that point. Part of it is they have timed events in that game. There was a One Piece event, right? And they were like, hey, you're not allowed to have more than one account in this game. Like, they explicitly said it during that event. And I think part of the reason is in that game is because technically the timed events are like, you know, you make it for the event or you fucking miss it and you just never get to be a part of it, right? and you get like One Piece characters or Jujutsu Kaisen characters or Kimetsu no Yaiba characters. You know what I mean? You get characters that are specific to those events, and if you miss it, you just miss it, and you just never get those characters. Some of the characters are okay. Most of them are bad. But technically, there could be, you know, an aftermarket for your account, not just because it's a gacha account where you like get stuff that you pay money for, but also like timed exclusive stuff that's like, if you get it, you get it, and no one else can get it. So I can kind of get how that would be a case. You know, you have a non-fungible token. Warren says, yeah, I abuse all the glitches and exploits when I find out about them. I don't really do that either. It depends on the exploit, obviously, because sometimes power gaming is just about like doing things optimally, but other times it's like clearly not intended or whatever, and it's like a bug that you're utilizing, you know, taking advantage of. It just depends, right? I'm down with playing the game optimally, right? I'm down with efficient hours played and playing, and like even like tick manipulation to me is like not outside the, to me it's not, it might be an unintended game mechanic, but it is a game mechanic. Like they clearly intend for you to do that, in the same way that these NPC aggression timers are like an intended game mechanic as well at this point, and like prayer flicking and all that shit. They're all like fair game to me. But something like, let's see. So tick eating is also intended, and I wouldn't have a problem with taking advantage of that. And like a day one like problem, I generally wouldn't have a problem with taking advantage of, but it depends what the problem is, right? Okay, so one thing that I found out about, right? It's patched out now, but fishing trawler, right? There was a bug in fishing trawler where if everyone quit out of fishing trawler except for one person, or any number of people remaining in fishing trawler, everyone remaining would get the a split of the experience of the people who quit out, right? So if there's 100 people in fishing trawler, if 99 of them quit out, the one remaining person would get 100 people's worth of experience, right? That I would never do. That is clearly like an exploit that like I wouldn't be surprised if someone got in trouble for. I think they patched it out though. I think it's gone now. Similarly, this is like technically not even like an exploit that people I think can get in trouble for, but there's cox boosting, right? Where you like, I don't know how exactly it works, but you can like transfer your points onto like an Iron Man, for example, and give them like a disgustingly good chance of getting like a Tebow, for example. I would never do that either, even though that is like technically not against the rules as far as I can tell. It's like not a problem to do. I would never do that. Warren says like one you used in OSRS is the air talisman from Rune Mystery. I dropped it like 100 times to get a bunch of air talismans to sell them. See, that's not a problem to me either. I don't have a problem with that. I don't think that that's an issue at all. I don't see, if that were an issue, then they shouldn't have made it tradable to me. If that makes sense. Like that's not exactly playing the game as intended, but like you gave me a thing for free, you're letting me get it more than once. Like, yeah, why wouldn't I do that? That's fine. You should only give it to me once if you want me to get it once, or if you want me to get it an infinite amount of times, you should, like they do in later quests, right? You have to pay a certain amount of money for it. You know what I mean? Like in order to get that Snapdragon seed and while Gothic sleeps, you have to pay 20k, right? That's fine. Like, and if you want to get more than one of those Snapdragon seeds, you pay 20k. Seems fine to me. Like I don't have an issue with getting a million air talismans or whatever. But that's just me, you know. It's like a sensibilities thing. It's a case by case thing. There isn't like a hard and fast rule. or at least I haven't come up with like, this is what makes this okay and this is what makes that not okay. It has to do with like how obviously intended it is, because like they intend for you to get that more than once, right? Obviously. So getting it more than once is not a problem, right? But like doing an experience transfer or a raid loot, you know, rare transfer doesn't strike me as being intended gameplay, you know? Warren says they have to leave it like that so you can always finish the quest even if you lose it, but there's a way things will always be exploited. Yeah, sometimes. To me, just because things can be exploited doesn't mean that you should exploit them, right? And just because it is, you know, playing the game the way that, without like any tool assists or anything like that, you're playing the game doing things within the rules of the game, doesn't mean that the actions that you do are just and not bannable. You can get banned for doing something that is just the way that the game is, right? There was that T-bow that spawned in the overworld for a while or whatever, and to me, I don't have a problem with banning the people who pick up that T-bow that they're obviously not supposed to have. Like, if you can figure out the accounts that have those T-bows, I don't have a problem with you banning those accounts. They knew that they weren't supposed to have that shit, and if they do, then, you know, they got caught red-handed. They got caught with their pants down. That's them, right? But that's just the way that I look at it, right? Now, if they, you know, added to the drop table for Sulfur Naguas a T-bow, I would have a problem with them banning the people that got those T-bows and kept those T-bows or sold those T-bows, because it's like, well, hold on. While it is alarming, it's not obvious that that's like a problem in some way. Maybe that would be obvious, but you get what I'm saying. Warren says, yeah, one day I'll find out how to get the God Sword from the Misthalin Mystery. I doubt that. Also, I think it's a different God Sword. Warren says, first time I saw that, I was like, what? Yeah. I think it's like literally a different God Sword. Like different ID and everything. Kind of like a golden tinderbox. I'm not sure, right? I don't know game IDs or anything like that, but I think it's like literally not a Bandos God Sword. Warren says it's got the price though. Maybe it is. Maybe it's legit. I don't know. Another million experience. God damn. All right, Warren. Good luck with work. Another pair of sulfur blades. Trying to think of other like cheats that I've ever done in games. I mean, like I cheated in GTA, but like everyone did, in the San Andreas GTA 3 era, right? Like, and it's not like it was some kind of unfair advantage or whatever. It was just playing a single player game. Who cares? So obviously that doesn't count. I turned on dev mode in Valheim to do some research. I found out how your mining level affects the game, and also different pickaxes affect the game as well, because it wasn't clear to me how exactly that worked. But I didn't use that for like progression or anything, so that still doesn't seem like cheating to me in any significant way. Is there really nothing else that I've cheated in? Probably looked at somebody's screen playing split screen Halo 2 multiplayer. That would have been 20 years ago. But that probably did happen at some point. Kira says, I bet you used an auto clicker when playing Cookie Clicker. Absolutely disgusting. I've never played Cookie Clicker, actually. I never got the point. I was like, seems kind of pointless. I don't know. Yeah. I use RuneLite. It's kind of a cheap client. If RuneLite makes me a cheater, then I'm a fucking cheater. Absolutely. This game is unplayable unless you cheat. You want me to right click every chest at Rogue's Den? Are you fucking kidding me? I think you can entity swap now on the official client, actually. On mobile too, I think, even. It only took 11 years. But, you know. Wow, is the game better now? Oh wait, they changed this. This was used to say super defense potion. Like literally a few days, like in the last few days, they changed this. It used to say super defense every time. Dude, double miss on the spec, bro? That's crazy. Even double miss off of spec is kind of crazy, but double miss on spec? %25 accuracy bonus. Where? Bitch, where? This might be the worst 1 million experience we have left, but it's not the last 1 million experience we have left. Lawrence has never heard of it. What did I just say? Warren says, I used autoclicker for Adventure Capitalist, though. I don't even know what that is. You remember Adventure Quest? What is this guy doing? Brother, my brother in Christ. They have negative defense. Don't use a fang. Kick them. Warren says, I've never heard of Cookie Clicker. That's fucking crazy. Cookie Clicker's like one of the most prolific Flash games I'm aware of. It's old. Like, other than RuneScape, I don't know of a Flash game that is more like far-reaching than Cookie Clicker. RuneScape is probably the #1 Flash game that I can think of. Like a specific Flash game, and then after that is Cookie Clicker. I'm pretty sure it's a Flash game, or it was. It's not anymore. Nothing's a Flash game anymore. Versus Kitten Cannon. We all played that, right? I've never heard of that shit. Warren says, I don't know what a Flash game is. You're too young. 20 years ago, if you wanted to play a video game on the internet, there were 2 types of games that you could play. You could download a game like WoW, or you could play a browser-based game that is a Flash game. So anything that was on Cool Math for Kids or Newgrounds or there's like 2 other ones that are escaping me at the moment. Flippa, Addicting Games. Yep. Mo Fun Zone. I've never heard of that shit. I don't know what the fuck that is. Screenwrite says Line Rider. I might know what Line Rider is, but it doesn't. If you were trying to expose me as a fraud by claiming that a game that didn't exist did exist, Line Rider would be one that I am not willing to expose myself. Dolphin Olympics, I definitely don't know about that one. There's no chance that I know about Dolphin Olympics. I'm not willing to risk my reputation on Line Rider though. Warren Soul says it's a website with a ton of games. I like Buddy Beat Up. I don't know what that is either. I think the Cartoon Network official website had a bunch of games too. Most of them were shit. Every game on Neopets. Most of them were okay, actually. I played a lot of different games on Neopets. The problem with the games on Neopets is that you had an ulterior motive for playing the game because you wanted to make money so that you could buy food for your Neopets because they were always fucking starving to death. So you ended up playing the games that were most optimal for making money rather than the most fun games. Screenwriter says, I miss stealing from the omelet. That doesn't mean anything to me. Me too, I guess. I would steal from an omelet. You wouldn't download a car, but I would steal from an omelet. It says free food for your pet once a day. Ah, I don't know if I did that one, but I do remember there was like a giving tree where there was free shit that people would just like give away. And I was like mashing that shit, bro. I was refreshing that page like a motherfucker. My shit was starving, bro. Also, the names for my Neopets were dog shit. I'm trying to remember the name of like my main dude. The species was like Bori maybe, or just Bori. I'm pretty sure mine was called Bori Borbor. And it wasn't just Bori Borbor. I think it was like Bori Borbor like fucking 727 or 613 or some shit. Like my shit was so unoriginal. It was a terrible fucking name. Terrible. Fucking tragedy, bro. It would not surprise me if it was like, do you want to steal from the omelet? And I was like, no, that seems wrong. And I just never did it. It would not surprise me. It would also not surprise me if I did steal from it, but it would not surprise me. You know what I mean? 50-50, 100% 50-50, where it's like, I definitely would be that guy where it's like, no, it's wrong. I could never. Nature rewards you for being evil in video games more. Usually it's just more boring to be evil in video games. Which makes sense, right? It's not exactly fun to do the easy thing all the time. And usually the evil option's easier. But you should definitely get like disproportionately rewarded, I think, for doing evil shit. Just as an incentive for different playstyles, you know? I think literally being good should be its own reward, in most cases at least. Like, congratulations, you get to feel like a good person. Like, that's your reward. Genuinely. Wait, did I just politely step out of that Sulfur Nagua's way? That's fucking crazy. I'm not gonna lie, for a second there, I was fading fast. I was worried I was gonna fall the fuck asleep. I feel better now. But there was a second there where I was like, man, I don't know. I might I might literally just fall asleep at the wheel. This is fucking nothing to me. Thank you for the hydrate, Warren. So far, this grind is worse than the Slayer grind, which isn't surprising. It's like the Slayer grind, but worse and slower. Is it slower? Maybe it's faster. But yeah, turns out I actually like Slayer better than I like regular combat, because at least I get to fight different things. I mean, I can fight different things if I wanted to. It's just worse. I have to fight different things in Slayer. Somehow that makes it better. Unironically. But then again, the things that I would most prefer to fight in Slayer, I actually would prefer fighting nonstop as well. Like, I'd be down with fighting Dagonoths nonstop, and Bloodvelts nonstop, and Dust Devils nonstop, and Choke Devils nonstop. Necreals, less, but Necreals are okay. Fucking Abyssal Demons, no. I fucking hate Abyssal Demons. If I never fight Abyssal Demons again, it'll be fucking too soon. I fucking hate those guys. They're fucking bastards. Do you think there's too much hot tub? I can make there be less hot tub. You know? Just like shift it down a little bit. Because it's like less than 1/8 of a screen right now. It could be less. I want it to be clear that it's hot tub water. But I didn't want it to just be like the vapors, the bubbling vapors or nothing. Do you think that there are a lot of tier 2 subs on Twitch? I imagine that there's way more tier 1 subs than tier 2s. But I imagine that there's also way more tier 3s than tier 2s. I would love to know what the demographics are like what the population split looks like for tier 1 versus 2 versus 3. I imagine that it's like 95% tier 1 and then like 5% tier 3. And tier 2 is like a fucking rounding error. Like, I genuinely don't know what the point of a tier 2 sub is, actually. I mean, it's in between tier 1 and tier 3. Then I guess yours says I tier 2 for suck. But why? Is it just like a budget evaluation thing? You're like, I have money to spend on this, but tier 3 is a waste of money? That's also another thing. So you have a tier 2 sub here, right? Is it better? I mean, obviously it's better for you, right? But is it better for you to have a tier 2 sub? I don't remember how expensive they are, but let's say it's $10, right? Than it is for you to have a tier 1 sub for $5 and to gift a sub every month. You get what I'm saying? From the streamer's perspective, it's the same. You get more channel points and the tier 2 emotes, right? But aside from the emotes, I don't really see the channel points being like a real incentive. I mean, maybe it is for you. Maybe you use the channel points all the time. But the way that I my perspective on channel points comes through my stream, right? And my channel points are fucking worthless as far as I can tell. Like, there's just fucking hundreds of thousands of those bitches all over the place. Koya says, wait a second, are you wearing a bikini? Have you never seen the hot tub redeem, Koya? I am shocked that you haven't seen it. You've been here for a very, very long time, and you have like literally tens of thousands of channel points. This redeem has always had this, well, from your perspective, right? For as long as you've been around, it's always been like this. Well, he says, I am stupid. I mean, maybe you aren't very observant, but I wouldn't say that's stupid. But yeah, no, it's always been like this. Yep. I'm surprised you haven't seen it before now, to be honest. Another max combat guy doing Sulfur Naguas, man. I just don't understand it. I just don't understand it. Should I ask him? I don't know how to ask it without it coming across as like, what the fuck are you doing? Well, he says, well, maybe ask. Here says, I'm gonna be real. I don't always catch her streams for very long, so tier 3 is invalidating mine, but I want to support her more than normal, so it's tier 2. Just say for why? That might work. See, this guy I definitely could buy. He's probably training combat, right? Oh, you know what? That guy was probably just stopping for the Moonlight Moth. And he just got... Never mind. Or why? That was an excellent question mark. Are you telling me that all the text that I typed didn't do anything? Yeah, it sure didn't. Hold on. Is he still here? Or why? Fog? That makes sense. Yours is just question mark ping the guy? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Every video game should have question mark pings. So he says, now you're going to be a message in a bottle in the open seas. I'm pretty sure both of these are timed, so I'll just let them do what they're doing. I don't think I have to do anything. Pretty sure. I hope. We'll see. Hey, Spot. Oh, get a load of this idiot. He only has one ear. Could never be me. Okay, so yes. I think I turned down the duration for the hot tub just a little bit, but I doubt you'll even notice. 10 minutes? Nope, I sure didn't. 10 minutes. That's plenty of time. That's plenty. Might even be too long, to be honest. So the tier 3 isn't worth the money, huh? So it's not that you couldn't spend it. You're just thinking that you're not getting the value out of it. I guess I get that. To me, the value proposition is you don't get any value out of a sub almost at all past a tier 1 sub. That's just like me though, right? It's really hard for me to see the value in a tier 2 or tier 3 unless there's like a really sick emote that you really want to use. But that's like, I don't know, you know? It's hard for me to imagine that. Koya's just 10 minutes sounds good. It's the same as required word. Koya, I have terrible news for you. What required word, Koya? Pierce is true. It's really not worth, but it's a donation. Yeah. I could see being like, this amount of donation is worth it, and this amount isn't. Koya says, I know, but I'm making the point that the duration is good by comparing it to something that doesn't exist. It doesn't last as long as Koya says, I remember that redeem was 10 minutes too. Yeah, but it doesn't exist anymore, Koya. It's a weird thing to compare it to. Part of the reason why that redeem is gone is because it was too long. Part. Not the whole reason. Here's his milk, chalky stir, more milk is the right answer because you can flip that shit to the top, just saying. Oh, you can fill that shit to the top. Yeah, but you're filling it to the top, but it's watered down. It's milked down chocolate milk. I don't know, man. Yours is not. It's just concentrated before. I mean, it's 6 one way, half a dozen the other. Sure. Can't prove you're wrong. Koya says, hear me out. I'm listening. Go on. Here says, people who fill it to the top are insane. They're going to spill. Oh, who fill it to the top first? You literally can't stir it if it's filled to the top. The physics don't work like that, Gur. In order to stir it, it can't be filled to the top. Koya says milk, chocolate, milk. Or, I'm sorry, milk the chocolate. Stir, try a sip. Notice it's a little too chocolatey. More chocolate, stir, happy. Wow. I've never in my life drank something and been like, too much chocolate. I used to put fucking so much chocolate syrup in the shit. It would be like, it would be the color of the fucking chocolate syrup bottle. Koya says read again. Milk, chocolate, stir. Try a sip. Notice it's a little too chocolatey. More chocolate. So the reason why I corrected that is because it didn't make sense. It's too little chocolate. That's fair, I guess. I wouldn't say it that way. In English, you usually say not enough chocolate, not too little of something. Though you do say it's too small. To be fair. That read again shit gets on my nerves. Be honest with you. Because motherfuckers be typing shit wrong and then be mad when I do my best to autocorrect for them. Like, you can't have it both ways. Either I do my best to interpret what it is that you're saying, or I read exactly verbatim what you say, and when you say dumbass shit, you sound like a dumbass. And I look at you like I'm confused because you sound like a dumbass. It's only one way or the other. It can't be both. Screenwrite doubling down before he does the other face. Gur says, I typed wrong, never. Good for you, Gur. Koya says 3 tries, Screenwrite. Don't flex at Screenwrite like you don't fuck up constantly yourself. Don't you dare. Don't do him dirty like that. I'll fucking expose you for him. Don't do that. Don't do that. You stay in your fucking lane, Koya. Screenwrite says, okay, Mr. Perfect. Yeah, no, don't do that to Screenwrite. Don't do that to Screenwrite. He does not deserve that shit. Koya says, I ain't flexing. I love that for him. 3 mistakes. Okay, yeah, sure. Screenwrite says, thank you, bestie. Followed by his stare. I don't know, man. I don't think you want to end up in Screenwrite's little black notebook is all I'm saying. He doesn't have that much to lose. And everybody's bigger and stronger than you, Koya. I'm going to be honest with you. Koya says he doesn't have my last name. Yeah, but like, if he attends one of your streams, he'll find out all the information he needs to know. Screenwrite says it's voice actor. True. Fucking got him. Fucking got him, dude. Did you say he doesn't know your last name, implying that your first name is indeed Koya? Because that's fucking crazy. It was like, oh yeah, my first name is indeed Koya. I never would have guessed that it was. Genuinely. Koya's like, what? No. My name is Juckhole. Yeah, that's what my name is. Damn, is this guy really looking for the sulfur blades? That fucking sucks. I've gotten 2 in this one inventory. Those fucking dragon boots? Those are trimmed dragon boots. In a fucking torture. What the fuck is a volcanic abyssal whip? I've never seen that shit before in my life. That dude is fucking swagged up though. Goddamn. Gersa's first name greatest, last name ever. Yeah, no shit. Tobey Maguire got bit by a spider, but meat was a goat. Yours is that took too long to type because I had to start the song. Fair enough. Well, he says not sure if that is a pop culture or meme reference. Okay, pop culture. Memes are kind of pop culture. I'm gonna be honest with you, Kolya. It's kind of a meaningless distinction, I think. In 2008, I would say that there was a big difference between those things. Nowadays, though, I think memes are pop culture straight up. Gura says it's also a meme because my last name is Rar. True. Koya says I know a lot who wouldn't throw those two together, so I went with a safe route. Memes and culture. Pop culture, excuse me. I don't know. I think the thing that makes it a meme is like how proliferated it is in society. So by definition, I think nowadays memes are pop culture. I'm not like gonna die on the hill or anything, but I feel like they're like pretty fucking ubiquitous. Not every meme is, you know, everywhere, but check out my bro. Chillin', bro. Chillin', bro. Look at these dogs. I think we're going to use the rest of these fucking surge potions, and then we're going to pretend that we never use surge potions. Because I don't think they actually matter. Here's this for reference. It's Forever by Drake from like 15 years ago. Yeah. I didn't remember the name of the song, but yeah, it seems right. Sounds familiar. Familiar? Why is it so familiar? But this time I've had some practice. I wonder what I would do if I wanted to learn how to sing. Would I have to go to like a choir, like a local choir sort of situation? I feel like I probably should have to, right? Because like you can't really know that the mic is set up the right way or anything like that, right? Am I crazy for that? Koya says, I thought of singing tutors. Yeah, but is that like a virtual thing? I mean, I imagine you can do anything virtually nowadays, but is it worth a shit? You know what I'm saying? Or should I like really truly be going to somebody for that? Here's this: travel to a faraway town, find a little bar or coffee shop with an open mic, sing, depending on the reaction, never go to that town again. A little bar or coffee shop with karaoke sounds like a fucking nightmare. As you progress, you get closer to home. That's fucking awesome. Your reward is being able to commute less. I was gonna change worlds, but if he's gonna give me space, then I will continue to kill these guys. I was gone, right? So I don't want to fuck with this guy. I don't want to mess him up. Practice is definitely part of it. I don't think that practice is enough by itself. I think that the critique is important, which is what you're saying with like the audience or whatever. I think I would run out of towns is the problem without guidance. Because I've never like done anything, not even professionally, but like even like, you know, with like a modicum of professionalism, you know what I mean? Like, no one's ever given me constructive criticism on what my voice sounds like. Or even criticism, to be honest. Well, I mean, I guess you could say criticism. I've had people tell me it was shit. That counts. So it says, I could give my 2 cents here, but that entails Koya lore. Maybe another time? That's perhaps the most mysterious way you could have fucking said that. 2 cents on what exactly? On how to train my voice? Like, why is that lore? Like, what the fuck does that mean, Koya? Crazy. Kira says, I became interested. I mean, that's like gonna happen, right? If you halfway explain something, it's gonna pique your curiosity, and then you're gonna find out that it's nothing. And we're like, oh, never mind. No, you know, I was just gonna tell you something. You know what I mean? One of those where it's like, well, now I want to know what it is. It's like, oh, well, I had this dream, and you're like, oh, never mind. Koya says, well, to put it short and vague, I have singing show experience. I'm not sure if that means anything. What is a singing show, I guess? Because I've done a stream where I sang. I have fucking 7 hours of singing show experience, if that counts as singing show. Is that like a proper show, like on a stage, like professional production? Koya says television? Oh shit, Koya was on TV. Okay, that does matter then. Or at least it seems like it would. I don't know. If it was like PBS Kids, then it probably doesn't. Koya says not yet in TV, but it was close. I mean, horseshoes and hand grenades, Koya. You know what I mean? You're painting us a picture. I get it. Don't bury the lead. Like, don't Don't deceive me. You know what I mean? We've got the idea. We're on the right track. That's all that matters here. Gura says, did people near home recognize you? Did you have to move out of shame? Damn. Damn. Chill. Chill. Boy says, bro, what? Man, answer the question. But Gur, chill. No, just because you know how to sing doesn't mean that you know how to teach people to sing as well. I think that's a different thing. I think those are two different skill sets. Boy, this is nothing public in that regard, but I learned a bit through the experience. I mean, shit, I learned from fucking every experience that I've had, nearly. That doesn't mean that it's like the right lesson, though. Here says, I imagine that's the only outcome for me if I ever sang on TV. Having to move out of shame. The world is too connected for you to move away from having to sing on TV, Gur. You need a new identity. You need to move to a new planet. Well, maybe not a new planet. You could move to just a far enough place. Like, if you move to a place that speaks a different language, that's probably enough. Depends on how bad you fucked up, though. Gur says, I'd live in the mountains. That's not guaranteed to work either. Gur says, farm chickens. Mountain chickens? Koya says, depends on the show. Some shows prevent non-talents to ever be broadcasted. It's true. What do you mean non-talents, dude? Damn. Damn. Koya says, but some others pick non-talents to make fun of. It's true. That's why I was saying, like, PBS Kids, you know what I mean? It's like different. That public broadcasting service type shit, you know what I'm saying? If you're singing with Elmo, that don't mean shit. Gur says shows don't want no scrubs. Yeah. You said no scrubs. For some reason, the song that came to mind was not No Scrubs, but instead My Love. Ain't no other woman that could take your spot, my love. Don't give away. I don't know why, but I was like, you know what? What if instead of the song that you're obviously mentioning, what if it was instead Justin Timberlake? Young JT, though. He's not young at all. He's actually kind of an old guy now. But he can't stop the feeling. Gur says, you said My Love, but the song that came to mind was My Humps. That's awesome. It's just a daisy chain of like the wrong song, not the song that you mentioned. My Lovely Lady Lumps. Check it out. What did she mean by spending all your money on me, your time on me? What did she mean by that? Was it will.i.am that said, I mix my milk with your Cocoa Puffs? Wait. Milky, milky Cocoa Puffs? What did he mean by that? Says time is money, friend? Well, yeah, no, the problem isn't the idea of like time costing money or anything like that, or money costing money. The problem is that she's literally extorting time and money from these people just by virtue of her having lumps, her lovely lady lumps. She's like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get whatever time and money I can out of this shit because they're my lovely lady lumps and you're gonna pay the fucking money for it. Which I guess is like fine in a way, but at the same time, it's like, damn, bro, that's crazy. Hustling. Experience says that's the nature of the beast, bro. It's definitely a beast. Yours says this is the way. What do you mean? I mean, all right, damn. Fair enough, I guess. I don't think I'm spending money on anyone. I spend time on a lot of people, but I don't think I'm spending money on anyone. It's funny because in a lot of ways, money is less valuable than time is. You know, as someone who has a stable living condition and food regularly, I'm pretty comfortable saying money is more or less valuable than time is. And yet, I'm more willing to give people my time than my money. Weird. I wonder why that is. There's probably a reason for it. I feel like the people that are more likely to manipulate me tend to be more interested in my money than my time. Most people around me tend to be sick of me. So my time is not actually something that is valuable to them, it seems like. Experiment says one is pre-quantified. That's true to some degree. I think that one is more fungible, is what it is. My time is not fungible for anything. The only thing that you get out of my time is my time. Whereas money you can use to get other things. That's what it comes down to. I don't have a lot of time either, though, in retrospect. But I give my time away for sure to a lot of different people, mostly other streamers. Then again, my DMs are open, so like, you want some of my time, you can probably get it. Just not while I'm streaming, unless it's important. Oh, but if you act like a bot, I'm gonna ban you. That's the caveat. If you do bot shit or fucking GFX artist shit, I will ban you. I mean, I probably won't ban you from the stream, to be fair. I'll probably just block you from Discord. I could, but I probably won't, to be honest. You get 2 chances, I guess, in that way. Oh, that's why he came over here. He came over here to reset the aggro. I understand now. Toya says, I love spending money and time on people. If I can afford the money spending. And I have struggled to socialize. And I have struggled to socialize. Oh, so when you have in the past struggled to socialize. Okay, sure. I like to give them a little thing of appreciation that relates to their current interests, struggles, etc. Just a little something to remind you of your struggles. Like someone mentioned how they've been craving snack XY recently, but didn't get it for themselves after a while. Then when you could afford it, Koya's saying, it's just gonna be magically appearing on their desk when they visit. How that message turned out long? It sure did. I got through it though. Don't worry, Koya. We did it. The longer the message, the more I feel like I have to read it in third person. I have to say, or second person. I have to read it as a you instead. I could read it in third person as well, but if I read it in third person the way that you wrote it, it's weird. I feel like I have to say that Kolya is saying this like a couple times throughout because it's such a long thing. And I also like weave my own commentary through it as well. Kolya says, yeah, I've been wondering where that switch came from. I feel like it's more clear if I say that you are doing something rather than I am doing something. Chris says, I like snacks. Please don't remind me of my struggles, though. I'd like to ignore those. No. Here's something to remind you of your struggles. It's a clock, but it only shows 9 to 5. Girl says, no. I was saying that the small struggles, like little daily inconveniences. Okay. Well, it says that their hooks for their jackets broke and they don't find the time to get new ones. Jacket hooks? Well, it says then I give them a really nice looking one that is to their taste in home decor. Oh! Hooks to hang jackets from. I'm like, my jackets don't have hooks, Kolya. I don't know what you mean by that. None of my jackets have hooks on them. Seems a little dangerous, if anything. But you're talking about a hanger hook. Kolya, I'm gonna be honest. I don't engage with people enough to encounter problems that they have that I could solve. Even like social problems. The most I could do is if someone was like, I don't know, I don't feel like I talk to people enough. I could send them a message now and then. That's the most that I could do for someone. Anything more than that, like, no way. I'm not qualified to help most people with most things. That might be true for most people, though, to be fair. Gur says, they say that they are, they say that there are plenty of fish in the sea. How are you going to catch one if you don't have hooks on your jacket? The fish nets that I wear. Next question. Nailed. Oh shit. Well, at least we're almost done with strength. We got 2 levels left. And this level's the worst one. This is why this in particular. Something that Savage has gone over a few times. So 98 is the longest level, right? The experience you need to level up goes up as you level up, right? So 98 is the last level that you can actually get experience for, because at 99 you don't really get any more experience, not in a way that is significant, right? Because there's no level 100. So 98 is the longest one, but the thing about 98 is 98 is also the last one, right? So what that means is every experience point that you get at 98 is a step closer to being done, whereas every experience point from 97 to 98 is just another step to get to the next level, if that makes sense. 98 is a downhill journey, whereas 97 is the last uphill stretch. Experience says 98 is a celebration. Yeah, exactly. It's basically a victory lap. '97 is there's one more. 98 is this is it. It's the last one. It's just a perspective thing. Boy, this 97 to 98 doesn't give this so close, almost there feeling, but God, please, I want to get this done with. I mean, that's what fucking Slayer's 98 was too. Fucking that last round of Abyssal Demons that I did was fucking hell. Every other thing that I did in Slayer was fine. That last time I did Abyssal Demons, I was like, I want this to be done now, please. Like, actually, please be done now, please. Please, please, please be done. I don't want to do this anymore. And it was just Abyssal Demons. I could do any other Slayer task. I was going, if I wasn't done with Slayer, then I would have had to block Abyssal Demons. You know what I'm saying? I would have had to block Abyssal Demons. Like, I can't do that task anymore. It has to be something different. That task is dog shit. It's fucking terrible. Something else. Anything else. Fucking water fiends instead. Definitely not. But not Abyssal Demons. Can't do it. It's too much work. It's not worth it. Boy says, what sucks about them? How do I explain this quickly? Abyssal Demons is twice as much work as any other task for the same outcome. So for Abyssal Demons, I didn't find it. That's okay. Oops. Not that one. This is not Corinth. Do I not know how to enter the catacombs of Corinth? Oh yeah, here. Not. Wait. Which one's the Shazian? Here, this one. Okay, so you gather these Abyssal Demons and these Abyssal Demons in the middle here. So for any other Slayer task that you're bursting, you gather all the enemies together so that you can burst them, and then you would start bursting them. But since they're in two separate halves like that, you gather the top ones and you freeze them. Then you gather the bottom ones and then you freeze them and then you burst them. And then after you kill them, you gather the top ones and you freeze them. And then you gather the bottom ones and then you freeze them. So you do literally twice as much gathering as you do in any other task. It sucks. It's stupid. You don't have to do it that way, but if you don't do it that way, then the task becomes dramatically slower. And then it's not even worth fucking doing. The reason why it's worth doing is because you can do both sides and it's faster that way. But even then, it's faster than doing them any other way. But any other task that you would do that is equivalent is as fast, if not faster, and it's easier as well. It's a nightmare. Nightmare. It's terrible. Bad task. Truly a bad task. And when I say a bad task, I don't mean, oh, it's terrible, you'll never do it once and enjoy it. No, I mean, like, if you're trying to do Slayer for, I don't know how long I did Slayer for, fucking 50 hours, right? By the 50th hour, you're going to be like, this task is stupid. I'm not doing this anymore. You know what I mean? You could be doing anything, any other task that's actually good and doesn't require twice as much effort for literally worse results. It's like, it's not even the best task is the thing. Like, you're trying so fucking hard to get this shit done, and you could just do a different task instead, and it would be easier and faster. Like, there's just no reason to do it. It's just bad. It's actually just bad. It's not a terrible task. It's like 100K an hour or whatever, but there's better tasks than that. You can do better than that for so much less. So much less. Choke devils, I'm sorry. Smoke devils. Smoke devils are like a forever self what the fuck? Bursting? What is the gathering the enemies part of bursting? Stacking? A forever stacking burst task. That's a forever self-stacking burst task. You literally just do it passively as you're killing the mobs. And that's why it's one of the best tasks in the game, period. You get so much experience because it just happens as you're killing the mobs. It just happens passively. You have to refill your cannon every 45 cannonballs or whatever, but for the most part, it just goes by itself. It's free. So yeah, Bracelets of Slaughter, very, very fucking good in that task. Because you can stay there for extra time. And it depends on what you're trying to do, right? If you want drops, whatever. But if you want to do the task as fast as possible for whatever reason, you know, you wouldn't use a Bracelet of Slaughter. But, you know, the thing that I cared about was Slayer experience. I wanted to get as much Slayer experience as possible as soon as possible. So doing the good tasks for longer is the thing to do. But, you know, we learned. Now I have a much better idea of what is worth it and what isn't worth it for me specifically. Fortunately, I kind of like finalized my lesson plan, you know, what exactly I was going to learn from all of that as I finished doing it. So like now that knowledge that I have is perfectly fucking useless to me. Because I'm probably never going to do Slayer again. Probably. I guess there's a world where I do, but I doubt it. Wait, is this in another world? You get an Ultimate Iron Man account? I'm a snob when it comes to Ultimate Iron Man. I don't like the death banking Ultimate Iron Man. If I do an Ultimate Iron Man, he says now, not having done an Ultimate Iron Man and having no intention to do an Ultimate Iron Man, I'm gonna use the shit on my person all the time. I'm not gonna do death boxing or whatever. Like, the shit that I have is the shit that I have. There is no effective bank, no looting bag for my Ultimate Iron Man, no death box for my Ultimate Iron Man, which also means no wilderness for my Ultimate Iron Man. Well, not necessarily no wilderness. You can do some stuff. You can kind of make it happen. Because there is like some storage, I think, that's like legit. I think your house has a wardrobe still as an Ultimate Iron Man, and that's fine, right? Like, you can store like the fighter torso and maybe other stuff. Probably other stuff. You know what I mean? Like, that makes sense. That's legit. It's the death box shenanigans stuff that I don't like as much, and like death piling and shit. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, it's a legit way to play the game mode, but to me, it's against the spirit of Ultimate Iron Man. You know what I mean? Well, it says, I don't understand everything you said, but I take from it that there are methods to kind of trick the limited inventory. Sort of. So in theory, an Ultimate Iron Man has no access to a bank, right? You understand that part of it, right? And technically, you would think then the only things that they have access to are the things on their person, right? But they also have access to the things on the ground, right? If they drop something on the ground, they can pick it back up, obviously. And that's like perfectly fair. But if they die, right? Your gravestone appears. Well, for you and I, it does. For them, it would just be a pile of items on the ground. And for a certain amount of time, the items on the ground are only available to them to pick up, right? I don't remember how long it is. It's like 15 minutes or something like that, right? Same as the duration of your gravestone, I think, ultimately. So what that means is if you needed to do something in the wilderness, for example, you could die outside of the wilderness and then leave your items there for up to 15 minutes, perfectly safe, while you go and do the thing in the wilderness. And then just come back and pick up your items, right? That's one way that it can technically be sort of cheesed, kind of, right? But the thing that's more important than that is that you can cycle your items, basically using that method, in and out of your looting bag. So there's an item in this game, it's called a looting bag. And it only works in the wilderness. But in the wilderness, that looting bag can hold any item in the game, basically. The only downside is when you put it in a looting bag, and you can only put stuff in the looting bag in the wilderness, right? But when you put it in the looting bag, you can't get it out of the looting bag if you're a main, unless you're at a bank, right? But as an Ultimate Iron, it's except by basically dying. Because whenever you die, whenever a player kills you, they get your whole looting bag. But if you just die, your looting bag, I think, goes away. And the stuff that you had in your looting bag just goes on the ground. You can get more looting bags pretty easily. You can get them consistently through LMS or by buying them. I don't know if you can buy them from an NPC, but you can definitely get them through LMS consistently. And you can get them also just from killing enemies in the wilderness. They just drop them. Eventually, you'll just get one. But yeah. So ultimately, what that means is that it's very inconvenient for an Ultimate Iron to like, oh, I don't want to use this setup, right? Like they had their looting bag that has everything that they own. They're like, oh, this setup is wrong for what I want to do now. In order to switch setups, they have to do a lot of inconvenient stuff and like figure it out logistics wise. But you definitely can keep everything that you own in a pseudo bank that is the looting bag. I think it does have a limited capacity. Technically, like maybe 28 slots or something like that. So it doesn't like remove, it doesn't like trivialize it and just make it inconvenient. It is still a thing, but it is, to me, it's against the spirit of what it is to be an Ultimate Iron, which is to say that everything that you're doing is with what you have on your person and there is no storage system that you've got going on. There is also one other thing. So there's your gravestone, which you're familiar with. But there's also guys like Petrified Pete in Volcanic Mine, right? The guy outside Volcanic Mine that if you die, he holds your stuff for you. That death box is unique in a way. Not just it, but there's a few death boxes just like it, right? Where that stuff is like always there. It's always held there. Even if you die again, in theory. So you can store specific things there. And if you do so, it'll always be there for you later. So it's like a bank, but with extra steps. In order to get the stuff out of it, you got to talk to an NPC instead of just being a regular bank that you can just withdraw stuff from at any time. Or at any bank, I guess. But yeah, I'm not really the one to explain to you how Ultimate Irons do Ultimate Iron shit. Because first of all, I don't like the playstyle. And secondly, I don't know the playstyle that well either. I've just seen Ultimate Irons play the game, right? And like, no disrespect to them. They're doing their own thing. It's just that it's not for me. It's not the way that I would want to play it. It's not what I crave about the Ultimate Iron playstyle. Well, he says, yeah, I can ask Sue more about more Ultimate Iron details. Sue knows a good amount. I don't think that Sue's like, you know, an Ultimate Iron expert or anything like that, but I think Sue's quite knowledgeable for sure. The Ultimate Irons that I know aren't playing RuneScape on stream right now. They have like life shit going on. But I would ask them if they were around. They are not. Oh, Saku, what's up, dude?
Hello.
Koya says, well, she is an Ultimate Iron on one account. Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything, right? Like, I can start an account today and be an Ultimate Iron Man, right? That doesn't... that doesn't mean anything. It has to do with how much time you've invested into the account, right? How much you've accomplished and all that shit. That's what really tells you, you know, if somebody knows what they're talking about. And that still doesn't mean that they know everything there is to know, right? That just means that they put a lot of time into it and probably know a lot. But yeah, as I understand it, Sue's Ultimate Iron is like pretty new. Which isn't saying that Sue is like fucking clueless. Far from it. I'm just saying like, relative to somebody who's been through the Ultimate Iron ringer and networks with other Ultimate Irons and shit like that, like the person that I'm thinking of, you know what I mean? It's like night and day, right? Like Saku, he was a hardcore Iron, so he knows a lot about the hardcore Iron experience. But if I had a question about being a hardcore, while I would definitely ask Saku because he's a good friend of mine, I would definitely ask Rorn as well, because not only does he have a hardcore, but he's gone through several hardcores to late game. You know what I mean? Rorn has the hardcore experience on lock, such that he's been doing like Cox and TOAs, and you know what I mean? He's gotten multiple quest capes and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like he's put a lot more, not more time, but you get what I'm saying. He's put different time into the game than Saku does.
Well, Cox as a hardcore is not really risky.
It's true, but he's also done more Cox than you have, though. Yes. Still, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I wanted to get intel on something like that from a hardcore Irons perspective, it's still legitimate, because an Irons perspective isn't going to be the same, because an Iron's going to be much more inclined to do wilderness shit, for example, right? Yeah, Koya, it's Chambers of Zarek. It is pronounced. People do call it Cox though, but yeah, I got you. But yeah, no offense to you, Saku. You're far more knowledgeable about being an Iron in any way than I am, but you get what I'm saying though. It's a different kind of knowledge.
Chambers of Zarek, or Cox for short.
Exactly. Koya says, I know, but you've done more Cox than I is just hilarious. Sure. Glad you enjoyed it.
Wait until you learn about the hard Cox. There is a hard board for Cox.
A hard mode, yeah. Or challenge mode, right?
Oh, right. It's challenge mode for Cox specifically. I think it's Tob hard mode rather.
Yeah. Tob comes in hard, but Cox are just challenging. I mean, every Cox run is different too, unless you're doing the challenge mode. Oh, hey, we got a full key. Oh. How's it going, Saku?
I'm doing good.
Anything new in your days?
Nope.
Me too, man. We tested out the gemstone crab. It looks like it's about 105k an hour. Which obviously is like gear dependent and all that, but it's significantly slower than this by a wide margin, which is exactly what you and I expected. I only did it for 5 minutes, but like it's going to be the same, obviously. The only difference is the time between crabs, which is just going to take it down. And also I was praying piety at the time, so even that's an overestimate. Because I didn't bring prayer potions with me to be praying piety the whole fucking time, because I'm not a crazy person. Just gave it a shot for a little while, see what it was like. Same setup that's here as well, which might not be the best option. It probably is, though, to be honest. I don't know of a 3-tick or less melee option. There might be one. Do you know of something that's faster melee, Saku?
There is. I believe the ham joint is one of them.
The what?
The ham joint.
The ham joint is 3-tick?
Yeah.
Oh. All right.
It's also a 0 stats to all combat stats. But it is a 3-tick weapon.
I mean, you don't really need combat stats in theory for the crab because it's got 1 defense.
There's also the Swift Blade, which is exactly the same. It's a 3-tick. With no combat stats.
I wonder if that matters. Most of your melee or most of your stats come from the weapon rather than from your gear. So I imagine that it's not worth it ever. Because your weapon will give you...
It is used in Tob.
Mm-hmm. It's good for, yeah, the spider guys in Tob, right? With the ones with the different protects. The steely-like ones or the melee ones. I'm pretty sure I remember.
Okay, so the only reason the Swift Blade is preferred for the Nilo room in Theater of Blood is that it has different attack styles that it does not share with the Dragon Warhammer, while the Goblin Paint Cannon and the Ham Joint do.
Interesting.
It's also slightly more accurate because the Defender has more stab accuracy compared to Crush.
The Swift Blade is a stab weapon?
Yes, it's a stab weapon with 0 stats.
All right,
Well,
then.
it can do stab and slash. But it has the most stab with the Defender.
Interesting. Is that a Zamaraki and Hasta? It is. Oh, look at that guy go. In the 2200 world doing his Moon's apparel. With his fucking Barrows gear still. You'll get it. Mixed Barrows gear too. Not even the full set bonus. Still beats that one guy with a fucking fire cape, a fire max cape, and Dragon Hunter Lance. That guy, I don't know what the fuck's up with that guy.
Doing strength training with the max cape.
Yeah.
Right, that guy was high.
I did find out that the other guy that was here with the Fire Max Cape was here for the collection log. So I guess he was just mad fucking unlucky looking for sulfur blades. Because I get a set of sulfur blades like every fucking inventory. I don't know how many kills that is. They're all over the fucking place. God, I was at Temporos for a long time too. I don't know. The flip on Silver Blade seems pretty nice. I've seen the Silver Blades go down as far as like 20k and as high up as 40k. And that's just in a few days. A little volatile, but you're patient. Koya says, oh no. Koya says, not the perfectly laying in bed and needing to head to the bath. Oh, I see. You were comfortable and then you realize that you need to piss. Yeah, it could be worse. You could have like a cat on your lap or something. Koya's cat on lap would be a blessing. Means you weren't alone. Yeah, but if your cat's on your lap or cat's on your body while you're laying down and you have to piss, you know what I mean? That's way worse than just being perfectly comfortable. Because now the cat's gonna be like, what the fuck, dude? And they may never forgive you. The chance is low, but never zero. Koya says, I'll teach it. You'll teach this theoretical cat? Okay. Koya says every time it goes to the litter box, Koya will make a noise. Koya will make the same noise when Koya needs to go to the bathroom. Then Koya will just make that noise when Koya needs the cat to get off them and hope that it was trained a mutual understanding. That can definitely work, but depends on the cat. Okay, Koya. I think you'd be better off just standing up normally. It's fine. I don't think it's that serious. Oh shit, I needed the calcified moth. Skirra says Koya makes the noise and the cat just pisses all over Koya. Fucking got him. Fucking got him. So true, Screw Knight. So true. I don't know. Koya made the piss noise. I pissed. Why do I have this crystal key? Which one of you motherfuckers let me keep this crystal key? What am I supposed to do with this shit? Koya says, what's the name of the song? This one is The Bane of Ashihama. Koya says, I know it because it's the official... It's on the official metal album. I see. Koya says, I never heard it in its original composition. That's kind of surprising. You kind of leave it on random, you know? Not that you're here all the time, but you're here pretty often, right? There's a lot of fucking songs, too. And I only ever turn off 2 of them. Chloe says, I, by the way, gauge my drumming progress on the metal album. I manage a new passage suddenly in one or multiple songs, yay. It's kind of an interesting way to do things. Voice is one song I can fully play. I guess that's a good thing. I don't know. I thought you were a drummer. Shouldn't you be able to drum the songs? That's your one thing. That's definitely not your one thing. You have a bunch of different shit. Koya says, well, for one, I do not own a double kick pedal. And Koya's like, well, I'd be able to drum better if I had the pay to win mechanics. Sure, man. Koya says, the speed at which the bass drum is played is inhuman with a normal kick. That sounds like a skill issue to me, Kolya. Inhumane probably also works, actually. I think I've gotten more Death Rune drops than I've gotten Sulfur Blade drops. Or, I'm sorry, opposite. They're very similar. Very similar. More money from from Sulfur Blade so far. By about double. I pissed away 1 million gold in iron ore. And 500,000 in coal. Same with Chaos, too. Chaos runes are not bad. They just don't drop them in big enough groups. Toya says, but I can play the metal version of Masket's Promise. It's probably a good thing. That probably means that you're... Yeah, you got the rhythm down to be tick perfect during TOA. Congratulations. That will serve. Voices, if that actually benefits me, I'm gonna laugh so hard. I mean, knowing the rhythm of the song probably is actually helpful. I don't know what the BPM is on the song, but if it's, what is it, 100 beats per minute or whatever, then it actually would be very helpful, yes. Whatever 0.6 seconds is. 100 beats per minute sounds right. If my quick math is mathin'. I was turning in my key when I was renting this place, and the person that I turned it into wasn't the like realtor that I like got the key from, but they were in the office, right? But I had like no idea who they were. I'd never seen them before, and I was like, oh hey, I was living at this property. Do you know what that is? Like, can I give this key to you? And they're like, oh yeah, I've been taking care of that property for 10 years. And I was like, okay. I'm going to leave. And I was never in that state again. So yeah, no, that knowledge, that flex that you got there, didn't care. Not at all. I'm gonna be honest. Dude was like, oh yeah, no, I know exactly who this is. I've got this under control. I'm like, that's cool. I'm just trying to give my key to someone. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care at all. That doesn't, yes was fine. You know what I mean? First of all, you didn't prove anything to me. You just told me a thing. Like, I don't know that's true. I got my security deposit. So as far as I'm concerned, that guy wasn't telling a lie at the time. Because he could have just been a guy in the office. You know what I'm saying? He was wearing a collared shirt and a tie, but I don't know him. You know what I mean? He could have been a tenant just like I was. He's like, oh yeah, no, I know exactly who that is or where that is. Then he goes and fucking trashes the place with a sick bender house party or something. I don't know. I think that's about all that could have gone wrong, to be honest. Would I have been liable for anything else? Maybe. I don't know. Probably not. Toya says, damn, so. I don't know if I like this song or hate this song. It's a little too whiny. It's just a little grating, you know? Boy says the Masket's Promise is around 110 BPM. It's weird for it to be around, but okay. Boy says could either barely benefit me or confuse me too much. I saw a video of what 1 BPM difference can do, and it's actually quite significant. Boy says I get what you mean by whining, but I also really love it. It's particularly the end of the song that's like too much. I don't know. Good luck. I know the tick speed of this game. If I know this tick speed of this game at all, I know it by feel. I don't know it by music or rhythm. But it is also sometimes hard for me to tell one tick of difference apart, even though that's more than half a second. Sometimes I can't tell. Chloe says, I had fun listening to this during my pay dirt grind. You're the only person I know. You're the only person I know that likes the Motherlode Mine music in Motherlode Mine. I mean, I guess to be fair, you haven't been in Motherlode Mine nearly as long as the people in Motherlode Mine. You know what I mean? The people who finish the Motherlode Mine grind have heard this song way more than you probably ever will. You know what I mean? Most people that I know who hear the start of that song are like, oh my God, change it. Because they've been in Motherlode Mine at, you know, level fucking 35 and they left at level 99. Yeah. They're like done with that song. Very fucking done with that song. Not all of them, obviously, but that's what it's like in a lot of the game, right? No, is this the Mascot's Promise? Oh, it is. I don't know almost any song by their name, to be honest. I know a lot of songs by where they come from, you know, like where they are, but not all of them. I probably could have told you that this one was in TOA, but where, I'm not sure. And it's not even 100%. A lot of the songs, obviously, I listen to nowadays don't have context. So the ones that I know are the ones that I heard in the context a lot. So Volcanic Mine, Tizhar, Temporos, Wintertide, you know, a lot of those ones, right? Whereas a lot of the other songs that I wouldn't have heard in context or would have heard mostly out of the context, it's a little different. Oh, hey, Cozy. Cozy just called me Silver the Hedgehog.
Thank God it was not the Silver Hedgehog.
Hold on. Silver the Hedgehog. It's more white than gray. He does have yellow eyes, though. It's kind of got like a gauntlet thing going on as well. It kind of fits. Take shit too seriously. Bit of a narcissist. He's from the future. It fits. Who the fuck is Paru? Because he says he also says it's no use in a bunch, and I think is also telekinetic. I don't yell it's no use a bunch, and I'm also not telekinetic. Okay, so you both know who Paru is. That's cool. Who's Paru? Follow-up question. Actually, that's still my first question. Who the fuck is Paru? Voice is a friend. Okay, well that's terribly vague. Toya says, I met Paru very recently. They're very entertaining. A lovely German cat girl VTuber. Okay. That's interesting. Cozy says, I think they're German. If Kolya knows them, then they're... Yeah. If Kolya knows them, then they're almost definitely German, yeah. Kolya definitely knows people that aren't German as well, but... If I'm gonna snipe Kolya, it's because of that, for sure. Interesting. Just recently. We're training strength, Cozy. Just strength. And it's going to be strength for probably like 15 fucking hours or something. 2 million experience, 150k an hour. I'm bad at math. 10 plus 3-ish, 13 hours. So 1 hour today, 12 hours tomorrow? No way. Sometime tomorrow and more time on Tuesday, probably. 5 hours tomorrow? Maybe not. So maybe we'll be done. Maybe we'll be done Tuesday. Cozy says, I don't know. I had some idea you'd be doing it with Slayer. No reason why, just in my head. I would do it with Slayer, but I ran out of Slayer. I also ran out of health, apparently. Rip my fucking potions. Koya says, then get some new Slayer. Fuck yourself. You can go fuck yourself all the way. Absolutely fucking not. How dare you? Abso-fucking-lutely none of that shit. You get out of my fucking sight. You should be ashamed of your goddamn self. Why do I still have this crystal key? God, I had so many fucking potions. Koya says, nah, I'm proud of myself. Cozy says, I still have no idea what I'm doing with Slayer, but I know it's just go see person, get task, but I'm so early on that the one I can access easily is shit experience. But I haven't actually unlocked a way to get the one I need. I'm in that vampire looking town. Okay, so you're talking to Maskna. Yeah, that Slayer boss, Slayer master is fucking terrible. Fuck that guy. Unless it's until Neve, basically. Yeah. From Neve, Duradel, and Konar are the only Slayer masters that I give shit about personally. I've done a little bit of Crystalia or whatever her name is, but I wouldn't again. If presented with the opportunity to level Slayer again for whatever reason, unless their name is Neve, Konar, or Duradel, I'm not fucking with them. Absolutely not. And Konar's every 10, probably every 25, 50 tasks. Every 10 is probably too much. You don't need to do her every 10. But yeah, I've got a pretty good idea of how I would level Slayer now. If I were to level Slayer again, but yeah, no. Slayer's fucked up. The only time it makes sense to level Slayer is after you're finished with combat, basically. That's not true. You have to be like 100 combat or something. Which is like the opposite of what people actually say for you to do in Slayer, but they're fucking wrong and dumb. They're like, oh my god, Slayer makes combat 0 time. First of all, that's not fucking true. But even if it were true, shut the fuck up. But even if it were true, it's still not fucking true. Like, it's wrong in like 3 different ways type shit. Because he says ignores everything and steals from the farmer's pockets. If you're an iron, pickpocketing farmers is like one of the most important things that you could probably be doing. To be honest. I don't know how you get Renar without just pickpocketing farmers for forever, to be honest.
Get Rhino seeds from a bunch of bosses. Possibly Giant Mole, you could also do that.
That's fair, I suppose. Because he says, you know what I missed? Training range in God Wars Dungeon? Why would you train range in God Wars Dungeon, of all places? For the adamant bars? Huh.
Are those noted?
Because he says the profit was mental. I mean, I bet that you did make money, but the problem with making money is that it doesn't matter how much money you end up with, it's how fast you made the money in an hour. Gold per hour is the thing that matters, and I don't think adamant bars is gonna be... I struggle to... I don't know about that one, dog. I don't know about that one. I'm not gonna say you're wrong.
But the Addy bars are not noted.
Cozy says they were noted on the bird people. Hold on.
Oh, wait, what? Wait, how is it? Is there a task that makes it noted or something? Some sort of... Oh, Hard Frenetic Diary. Drop unnoted bars until the completion of Hard Frenetic. Okay, so they are noted. My mistake.
I don't know. Maybe. Maybe it's awesome. I spent a lot of time on the money making page of the wiki, and I've never seen...
It's for the AVNC, it's like a 1 in 4 for 4 bars.
Oh wait, killing AVNCs is on the money making guide, actually, now that you mention it. It wasn't listed as collecting adamant bars. I do remember killing AVNCs. I don't remember it being good, but I do remember it being there.
Particularly strong of a money-making method.
But if you need adamant bars, sure. Eventually you do need to train smithing and everything, so like it's fine.
You know what else dropped a bunch of adamant supplies? Duke Succulus.
Yeah, but you're not going to be able to kill Duke Succulus. If the thing that you're doing is killing AVNCs, then you're not able to kill Duke Succulus. Those are two very different tiers of play.
Or 112 if you're good.
Cozy says, yeah, that's how I did 99 range once I found out. And honestly, it was really solid. I don't know. As an iron, maybe it's fine because you need materials. To me, as someone who just finished getting 99 range recently, Chinchompas is the way to do that. And it's like so much the way to do that. Like it's so fucking good. Cozy says, I like money. See, the thing is like, you subsidize your existence in this game by doing one thing versus another thing, right? So the time that I save doing chins, I can be doing a money-making method that's better than what you're doing. So if you like money, you spend the money on chins to do ranged faster. So even if that's your rationale, you still would do chins instead. Cozy says, I guess you could technically get your own chins. You're so close to understanding. You're right there, Cozy. You're right there. Because the chins are just money, right? Which means, right, if the thing that you can do, the best thing that you can do to earn money is Vorkath, then if you need money, you do Vorkath. You don't do anything other than Vorkath. And you use the Vorkath money to make everything else faster so that you can do more Vorkath, so that you can use that money to do everything else faster. Unless you're an iron, of course, in which case you need materials. Adamant bars are worth adamant bars to irons. Because he says, nah, I know what you mean. Your method is better, but I don't know, doing it the way I like is just fun. No, yeah, no, you can do whatever you want. There's all kinds of people in this game. And there's no wrong way to play this game unless you're blackjacking, in which case you're wrong and you should feel bad. But other than that, you can do whatever you want and I won't judge you for it. That's not true. There's probably a few other things, but mostly blackjacking. That's the biggest one that I'll judge you for. Cozy says, although I'm never fucking doing it with bone bolts again. If you are a main, Hunter Sunlight crossbow and those bolts are so fucking good. They're very, very cheap and they're dragon arrows, basically. Like, they're fucking so good. But if you're an iron, then maybe not that. But even then, if you're an iron, like, you're going to want those chins anyway. Like, free's going to suck without chins. So you probably do want those chins. Because he says, I think there were like 2 gold back in the day. I don't know about now. Bone bolts? Bone bolts are still worth nothing. The Hunter Sunlight or Moonlight Antelope bolts are definitely much more than the bone bolts, but you get so much more value out of them. That's the thing. And you can kill AVNCs with a halberd now as well. So you don't even need to use ranged anymore. But yeah, I was getting like using black chins, I think, in Maniacal Monkeys. I think I was getting 240k defense experience, which means that I could have gotten like 500k or some shit ranged experience an hour. Yeah, you can use halberds on AVNCs now, right? They already changed that, Saku?
Yep.
Yeah, I was pretty sure that that change was in the game.
Now, don't go and get your attack and strength at AVNCs.
Yeah. Look, I'm not gonna... Cozy can do what she fucking wants, all right? Attack, strength, and defense, by the way. But... Koya says, sleepy spot like me. I'll lurk and doze off soon. We'll see. We'll see, Koya. We'll see. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't even really do like ranged training with chins. I was doing defense training the whole time. I was doing long range style, which is it's worse in like 3 ways. Your accuracy is worse because it's long range instead of mid range. Like the distance you are from your target with chins matters for how accurate you are. And it was also a tick slower. So if I was using the right attack style for the distance and also the right attack style, meaning 3 ticks, the rates would have been nuts. The rates would have been fucking ridiculous. Like there is no other way to train ranged in my mind. Like you can cannon while doing Slayer. That's perfectly fine. You can use a Venator bow while doing Slayer. That also is fine. But bursting, bro, chins, bro, like that shit is night and day. So fucking good. I thought bursting with magic was good. Bursting with magic is ass relative. Like it's bad. Like I went from using chins to using magic and I was like, why does this feel like hot ass? It feels terrible. Partly because it's 5 tick, but also because you only hit 9 targets. I was hitting 12 fucking targets with those chins. It was disgusting. I wasn't even using best in slot gear. I didn't have Masori, and it was still fucking amazing. Like training range was fucking awesome. Like it's fucking sick nasty. It's the rate is as good as you get like training like construction or some shit, but it's chill. Like you're fucking blasting dudes. It was fucking free. It's awesome. Like never am I training ranged. Like if you're trying to go to 99 ranged, obviously if you're training range pre 70 or whatever, it's like a totally different story. Like it is what it is. But if you're trying to wrap up range, especially on a main, like there is just, it is night and day. Just get the fucking money for the chins and do it, dog. You'll get it done in like a day. Like 4 million ranged experience in a day. That's fucking, what even is level 90 something? 92 to, oh fuck. Let me not die. All right, we're good. A little more than 92. 94 to fucking done in like a day. No problem. All right, later, Gozy. Gonna go plant some wet ones on the husband? That's fucking crazy. I think she means kissing him, but I don't need to know any more than that. That's between them. You know what I mean? They're married, so it's fine. It's wholesome even. Cozy says, yes, I do mean kissing. Thank you for clarifying for the children at home. Cozy says, you pervert. Hey, I said I didn't know. All right. Saved by my autocorrect once again. True. All right. But yeah, the most important thing is that we do not die. Dying is cringe. I think that we have enough prayer to last us for the end of stream. I think even if we don't have enough to last us for the end of stream, we have enough to last us for the end of stream. I don't think we do more. Maybe we do, but I don't think we do. Maybe we check on that logging basket or something. Do our dailies real quick. What is this guy wearing? Hold Sepulchre? Yeah. What are you doing? An Abyssal Tentacle, Infernal Maxscape, Rancor. And they're here in Moon's Apparel in full graceful. Some kind of combat achievement that isn't dependent on killing it fast. But also not killing it with expensive gear. Unless the Rancor, the white Rancor might not count as being expensive. I actually don't know. Sometimes ornament shit does that. Makes something that would be 70 mil worth nothing, technically. I never really checked. Controlled is worse, right? Because instead of getting three times the experience on one, I'm getting a third on each, and 1/3 is going into defense, which is wasted. And also I level strength faster. So yeah, pretty sure controlled is worse. It's just worse. It's one of those things that I should have like thought about before just now, but and I think it's always worse because you can always do defense in with chins specifically, but even with bursting as well. And that's always going to be faster than melee. I don't remember how fast bursting was. Like actually magic bursting? I don't remember. I think it was like 240. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was 140. I don't remember. It better be more than 140. Can you imagine if it was as good as this is? It's fucking terrible. Jesus. Kill him, put him in the dirt, rub his nose in it. Get a load of this idiot. He's got a pair of weapons, but 4 fucking hands. 4 fucking arms, but only 2 weapons. What a jackass. Shouldn't the weapons at least be 2-handed? I mean, then I guess we wouldn't be able to use them, but still. I feel like I could get more sulfurous essence whenever I lose it. Like as soon as I lose it, I get most of it back pretty quickly, and then I go dry for a really long time. I'm sure that's just my imagination, but it's what it seems like for some reason. And honestly, I would love that. I would love that it rebates my fucking sulfurous essence. Because this shit is good. Damn, that guy's struggling. Glad I'm not him. Says the guy training fucking strength on stuff from Nagas too. Pikachu says, "Are you winning, lads, dude?" And then Pikachu says, "Sorry." Are you victorious, lads? No, neither of those things. We've got 750,000 strength experience today. We'll get a decent amount more before the end of stream, which means that we only need to do that 2.5 more times ish, and then we're done with strength. And then we get to do it again, but this time slightly slower with attack. For longer. We get to do it slightly slower and for longer. Yeah. We're gonna be here doing exactly the same shit, just slightly slower than we were doing it before. Maybe we'll do fletching before we switch to attack. Maybe. Doesn't matter very much though. It's gonna be one, this one or this one, and then the other one. And then, shit, man. Mining, whenever that gets done. Whenever mining gets done, fishing gets done. That's 4 or 5. It's just rune crafting. It's just rune crafting left. That's it. It's the only one left. And then we only need 9 million rune crafting experience. At about this rate, actually. About 140k an hour at best. So probably less. What do my notes say? What is this? Oh, we're done with these. This is stupid. We don't need to look at that ever again. Arania is... I'm sorry. Does that say 74k an hour? Okay, when I said it was about as fast as this, actually it's half as fast. That's nominal, by the way. So my actual rate is going to be even lower than that. By probably a lot. Pika Joke Me says 4K, 20 bomb 4K. I don't know what that means. Is that like in reference to Apex Legends? 4,000 damage and 20 kills? Because that is a fucking stretch, dude. Pika Joke Me says it's an Apex thing. Okay, so I did actually understand it. But like... 4K damage badge and a 20 kill badge? Okay. I suppose that would be pretty impressive. In like a 60-person lobby, probably. So you killed like literally a third of them yourself. That's pretty good. Is 4K even good for that though? What do you do, like 200 damage a person? That would be pretty impressive. That means like you like full killed every single person that you killed, basically. I don't know how much the shields actually give. I think it's like... Is it 25 a cell or 50 a cell? I feel like I should know this. I definitely should know this. What the fuck? Pikachu says that'd be like a third of the lobby in a standard game. Yeah. Is that not what I said? I thought I did that math right. But yeah, I agree. Oh yeah, but like the associative I don't know, memory. It's like, that reminds me of this thing. You know what I mean? Like, fully was not prepared for that. I was like, that has nothing to do. Or I might have said some amount of thousands, but 4K? I don't even think I said 4K. Probably did. Something 4K, probably. Really do like that they spawn on these suns. It's a very good touch. Took me literal hours to notice though. Like over a dozen hours killing these guys to notice that they spawned on the suns though. Or even that the suns were there as well. Like, just no attention to detail. Pikachu says, I wish I spawned on the suns. You could, but you would die. That would kill you, like all the rest. Like God sorted them. I'm kind of glad to be done with these surge potions. They were cool. I don't think they're worth it. I think it's a novelty. They're probably great for like anytime that you wouldn't be able to use Death Charge because you need a different spellbook. A surge potion's probably pretty cool. Like I could see it being useful in like God Wars dungeon. Problem is that you really only want to have like one. And if you only have one, then you're only good for like 4 kills. Which is kind of bad for God Wars dungeon, but you know. It's workable. You could do it. It's just not the best. Wait, what do I eat the spaghetti out of? Off of a plate, I guess? Pikachu says, Outer Wilds tonight? Oh my god. He's gonna ruin me. He's gonna ruin me. I'm gonna fucking die. Wait, I'm gonna die? You're gonna die too? What the fuck? We have a stream tomorrow. You and I together have a stream tomorrow. You're gonna sleep for 4 fucking hours before my stream, our stream? Jesus. Pikachu says, I could just not play Outer Wilds for 8 hours. I don't know if you're capable of that. Also, wasn't it 9? I'm not sure I believe you. Pikachu says, was it 9? I thought it was 8. I'm not sure. That's something that could easily be determined, though. The VOD will tell the truth. I thought it was around 9 hours, though. Like, just about 9. It was a good stream, though. It was a great time. You discovered so many things. Some things out of order as well. He's still curious as well. Picture me says, but fuck, there's so much lore. Yes, there's a lot. You're still like, there's still a lot that you don't even know that you don't know. Which is like crazy to me. Because you've like basically solved several things. Yeah. Several things you're basically like done understanding. but the things that you don't know about, you like are fully oblivious to. You have like no fucking clue about some stuff, which is awesome. You didn't even read all the museum exhibits. Did you know that? Did you know that you didn't read like 2 of the exhibits? Pika says, I thought I did. No, you missed 2 entire exhibits, maybe 3 even. You did like, if the room is this circle, you did like these ones, but not these 2 or 3. Or maybe you just like missed the one in the middle of the room and one other one or something like that. Pika says, I'll have to look. It's not that important. You know that there's a cave that has an angler skeleton in it. But there's a museum exhibit that's relevant to that as well, that I'm positive you did not read. And I think there's one more exhibit that you also didn't read. Pikachu says, yeah, on the floating city thing, or you mean somewhere else? So the floating city told you about a cave not on the floating city that has an angler skeleton. The knowledge is definitely like, it's a pretty dense web, you know. One thing that I didn't do in my original playthrough that I almost wish I had done is paid more attention to which of the Nomai were leaving the note that I was reading. Because there's a few Nomai, there's a few of them, but there's not that many. There's probably like 3 dozen. Maybe not even that many. So there's enough that you could know, for the most part, like who is talking and who they are in relation to other ones. Pikachu says, oh God, I was supposed to pay attention to all their names. No, what matters is what they're saying. But even in your like casual reading, you've noticed like, oh, those 2 are flirting with each other. And I don't think that there's like a dense social connection, like a social web of how they relate to one another, but some of it is relevant. Like this guy is the apprentice of this guy who was one of the original Nomai that landed in this galaxy, right? And like there's some of that that's going on. It's like some of them do have relationships to one another, and it's not, I don't think it's like necessary to like appreciate what's happening. Like the content of their speech is definitely way more important than how they relate to one another. But I think it's interesting, and I think I would have liked to have known how they relate to one another more clearly, because I did exactly the same thing. I read probably every Nomai message without really placing who they were until the Quantum Moon thing, because up until then I thought it would never matter. But it does matter because of the Quantum Moon. It doesn't matter a lot, to be fair, but it does matter at least a little bit. Pikachu says, how dare they, discussing PDA and text-based flirting? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. The Nomai are a free love society, I guess. I don't know. But I fucking love Outer Wilds. I fucking love that game. Is that a fucking nature talisman? That's the 7th nature talisman I've gotten out of 5,000 fucking kills. Pikachu says, imagine they all just fucking constantly. Yeah, it's possible. There's implied monogamy. One of the messages that you read was, I hope so-and-so made it in the escape pod, because I don't know what I would do without them. I don't know how to be myself without them. That's implied monogamy. It's not, you know, demonstrable, but it's implied. Spirit says the clans meet up for science. True, they do. Every festival. Every 10 years. Wow. But yeah, I really like the Outer Wilds. Or I'm sorry, Outer Wilds. The Outer Worlds is the game that's going to be getting a sequel pretty soon. But it has no relation to Outer Wilds whatsoever. But it is highly correlated to the Fallout franchise and Bethesda. It is by Obsidian though, which is like the successor to Interplay, which is the guys who made Fallouts 1 and 2. Sort of. Not exactly. It's like an indirect lineage. I mean, it's like literally the same people in some cases, but not like across the board or anything crazy like that. Actually, now that I think about it, they're making the Outer Worlds 2 and Grounded 2. Both of those games. Pikachu me says, yeah, oh, like the Olympics. Oh. Pikachu says, I heard Tinder at the Olympics goes hard. Yeah, they be fucking. I mean, they're like 20 somethings. International. They be fucking for sure. 100% they be fucking. Makes sense. They're traveling overseas and shit. They're definitely fucking. Saber says, someone asked me what I do if I hit the mega millions. And the first thing that I thought of was I'm gonna send a million termites to the ops crib. That's crazy. You don't need $1 million for that. I don't know if I want to tell you this, Savior, but like you could do that for free with enough determination. You know what I mean? With like enough management. Screenwriter says, Pro thinks termites are $1. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like you could swing this, dog. Pikachu says, that's a lot of termites. I feel like you could get more value with significantly less termites. Yeah, definitely. I don't know how much 1 million termites is in like space. Like how many ants are in an ant farm? Saku, how many ants are in an ant farm?
Yes.
So you're saying there's probably a ton of termites in an ant farm sized termite mound?
Yes.
More than 1 million? I don't think so.
I don't know.
I think like maybe 10,000 would be in that size space. But still, you get like, what is that? 100 ant farms? That's a lot of fucking ant farms. Dude, I don't think you need 1 million of them. Saber says, I'd be walking around like the Monopoly man. I'd hit a bitch with a bag of nickels. There'd be signs. That's fucking crazy, dude. Bag of nickels. That's a lot of fucking money, dog. It might be like a couple $100. A roll of nickels is like $20, right? Yeah, you hit me with a bag of nickels and I wouldn't be mad at you for long. Be like, oh shit. Be like, ah, fuck. Oh shit. All right, hold on. That's a lot of fucking money. Yeah, that might be like $300-400 or some shit. Savior says a pillowcase with 7 cans of ravioli in it. Yeah, that's way cheaper, but it's the same effect actually. Still though, I would be like, oh shit, ravioli? That's kind of good. Pikachu says it's honestly a personal defense weapon, in my opinion. I don't think so. I don't think you can carry around a pillowcase with cans of ravioli and expect that the police officers are going to be like, he was just defending himself. I don't think the police are going to be on your side on that one. Saber says, I'll handle him, you motherfucker. It's definitely true. I don't think the pillowcase would actually be able to withstand the like experience though. I think the pillowcase would fail before anything else does. Like you get like 1 or 2 good hits before the pillowcase, I think it's over for the pillowcase. Screenwriter says, these are my support ravioli. Oh, they supporting you all right. Pika says, you can throw the ravioli in a dire situation. Yeah, but you will run out of ammo. And your main weapon becomes weaker every time you use the ravioli. This is like an excellent game design concept. Your melee weapon is your ranged weapon, but if you used it as a ranged weapon, your melee weapon gets weaker. Pikachu says, true, I kind of want ravioli, honestly. I kind of do fucks with it, to be real with you. I don't think I'm going to do anything like that, but maybe I should. We're going to price check ravioli. Can I get a price check on ravioli? Anybody on the GE right now? What's ravioli going for right now? Is that good? Is that shit good? Don't give it to me in absolute value. I need to know price per pound. Streamer says, is any situation that involves canned ravioli not a tad inherently dire? It's true. If you're eating canned ravioli, the situation is not normal. You know what I mean? Things are not great. If that's normal for you, then, you know, you're not balling is all I'm saying. No offense. Pikachu says, like having to burn down the city without burning too many buildings to make it obvious or without leaving you no place to hide. So like a Hulk ultimate destruction game, but also you need to evade the police at some point with like the GTA star system. So like a prototype situation. I feel it. I feel like people fucking hated Prototype, especially Prototype 2, until Prototype stopped existing. You know what I mean? Fucking 10 years after Prototype stopped being a thing, people were like, man, what happened to Prototype? I fucking love that game. It's like fucking people review bombed the shit out of it. Like people fucking hated it from a contemporary perspective. They're like, I don't know, man. It's just another superhero game. Like, fuck this game. Like, who gives a shit? And now we have literally 0 fucking Superman games that don't include Spider-Man or Batman. That might actually be true. What the fuck? Is there a superhero game that doesn't include either of those characters? Like, gun to your head, superhero game that doesn't include Spider-Man, Batman. And even Batman, unless you count Arkham Knights or Suicide Squad, is still not a thing. There hasn't been a Batman game in fucking 10 years. Pikachu says kind of, but in GTA you always have places to hide, you know? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If you combine the like building destruction of Hulk Ultimate Destruction and like mass scale murder of like Prototype with GTA where you're trying to get rid of the cops, you know, you're removing hiding places. What I'm saying. Pikachu says in Firestarter they're straight up destroying buildings. I don't know what Firestarter is. I'm not familiar with that one. Saber says GTA 5 commercials are fucking wild. There was a Superman game that was released in 2006 for the fucking N64, bro. Like nobody's counting that. Nobody's counting that. What the fuck? Pikachu says, I see. It's the imaginary game in the Fully Coolly anime. Oh, the GBA game or whatever that the main character's older brother's ex plays a lot. I was trying to like tie those two characters together in some way, but they're like, they're in a situationship. The main character and the situationship girl, I guess, because they're like kind of dating, I guess. Pikachu says, yeah, I think that's the one, sure. Saber says, hey, it was the PlayStation 2. All right, sure. That's only off by 1 console generation, you know? N64 became the GameCube, right? So like late 64 is GameCube, you know what I'm saying? So like, I don't know, dog. They're the same picture. Pikachu says, I don't know if they're really dating. They're like, they kiss like once or twice. She's like intentionally stringing him along emotionally type shit. Pretty sure that's like actually real, which is like definitely a situationship. Did you see the spinoff Fully Coolies? There's like 3 Fully Coolies after Fully Coolie. I've seen 0 of them personally, and I hear that all of them are dog shit. Saber says the GameCube slapped though. Yeah, it's true. Didn't have any fucking games though at the same time. The games that it had were great, but it didn't have any fucking games. That's like the way Nintendo consoles are though. Pikachu says, I feel like she's not serious and just playing with him because of the brother. Yeah, exactly. And then Pikachu says, yeah, I think it's like I can't have your brother, so the next best thing, you know? Yeah, exactly. Pikachu says they both have a brother complex on the same brother. I don't think Haruko, the pink-haired one, the main girl, the moped one, I don't think that she knows that the main character has an older brother, and I don't think she gives a shit about him either, if that's what you're saying. I don't think I agree that she has a thing for his older brother. I don't think she gives a shit about that. She gives a shit about him when he's crashing out. I don't know how to describe what happened. Fully Cooley is like a fucking trip. Like, shit happens. It's a metaphor for puberty and shit. Saber says the X-Men game and the Teen Titans games both slapped. I don't know a Teen Titans game on the GameCube, I'm going to be honest. I definitely know about some X-Men games. There's like Ultimate Alliance type shit as well, which is very good. But that shit's like 20 years old, bro. Like, that's not contemporary at all. Like, you know how far back in the past you're talking, right? That's literally like 20 fucking years ago. Did I say within the last 20 years? You get what I'm saying. Like, there hasn't been a Batman game in like 11 or 12. Savior says Ultimate Alliance is older than me. You're a fucking child, man. What do you want from me? There's like 3 Ultimate Alliance games though, I think. One of them is bad, I'm pretty sure. Savior says, does anyone else only like kids that can give back at the end of the day? Savior says, I'm going on 25. Yeah, you're a child. Fucking got him. You were born after the year 2000. Actual kid. You have no memories of Y2K. You don't know. You don't know shit. Saber says, no the fuck I wasn't. Savior says, I was born in 2000. Ooh. Ooh, get a load of him. He's a December baby. Big dick on campus. He doesn't know 19 anything. 1990 is as far to him as 1920. September, actually. Yeah, you're right. My bad. Sorry. My bad. I'll give you 2 extra months, brother. I'll give you those 2 months. I know you need them. Saber says, fuck you, I had a Walkman. I never had a Walkman. I'll be honest, I never had one. And Savior says, and my own CD player. Yeah, but you don't know how to rewind a VHS tape, so. Pikachu says, you think Costco can give me a pallet of ravioli? I think so, but I don't think that your delivery driver is going to be very happy lugging that shit upstairs. Pikachu says, no, I meant the main character guy. The homeless chick fake girlfriend. They both have a brother complex on his brother. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, kinda. It's like not the same kind of brother complex, but yeah. Pikachu says, I already order energy drinks from them. Jesus fucking Christ. You just drink that shit by the fucking pallet? Saber says, you know what, Panda? Yeah, what's up, Doc? Pikachu says, yeah, Haruko just like wants her powers back. Pikachu says, I tip well and warn them in advance. Saber says, I had the orange Rugrats VHS tape. Okay, you're a real one for that. But you know that that shit is not contemporary to you, right? You know that shit was a hand-me-down. Saber says you can't get more 90s than that. I understand, but you understand that that isn't yours, right? You got that from somebody else. You have an older sibling or some shit. Pikachu says, put the pills in the bag. I don't know what that means. Pikachu says, anything in the universe really ours? I mean, really, it's true. When you put it that way, you're correct. This RuneScape account is mine. There are many like it, but this one is mine. Saber says, I was born in 2000s, but I was raised by older siblings and parents stuck in the 90s. Yeah, see? It's different. Like, you had a Walkman, but everyone around you was using their Razr cell phone. You know what I'm saying? It's different. Pikachu says, some famous VTuber said she set that as her DoorDash message. Put the pills in the bag. And one time when she was sick, and she just noticed that the message had been saved and sent to every one of her DoorDash drivers ever since. That's fucking awesome. Savior says I was grandfathered into the 90s babies. Yeah, kind of. To some degree, that's like always true. Like, for shout out to the low income homies. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's always a little bit true. But it's going to be way less true pretty soon. I think there's going to be like, maybe not like a lot, but I think there's going to be like 20, maybe 30 years of people that are going to be like very, very similar to each other and not very different from, and all very different from those of us from like the 2010s and back, if that makes sense. There's going to be, you know what I mean? Like the people born like now-ish, but also like maybe 10-ish years before now-ish, somewhere in there, to like 10 or 20 years from now, they're going to be very, very, very similar to each other. If the media landscape stays the same. Things can happen, right? Anything can happen in 10 years, 20 years, you know, nuclear apocalypse, whatever, right? But if things stay as they are, which they never do, right? But like, given the way that media works with like, you know, a decentralized monoculture of like, you know, media reception with like, there is no contemporary Game of Thrones. There's no, and Game of Thrones wasn't even that big relative to fucking Friends prior to that. You know what I mean? And like SpongeBob and shit like that. Like culture isn't ubiquitous like it is anymore, or like it was. And you know what I mean? And I think that that's going to like proliferate throughout society, basically from now on, sans some kind of brand media overtaking in some big way. Pikachu says, I bet our grandparents would have loved Game of Thrones. That shit goes hard. I think they would still hate the ending, but yeah. Yeah, I agree. Game of Thrones is like one of the like most sensational fuck ups in all of history. Like, it's incredible. It's almost unbelievable how badly they fucked up Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones.
I heard how the last season was especially terrible.
Mm-hmm. Game of Thrones,
things that make no sense at all.
Yeah, Game of Thrones proves to me that like no matter how well you've done things, how talented you are, you can still fuck up literally everything. You can fuck it all completely up still. Screenlight says the downfall needs to be studied. Yeah, no shit. It's like you stop giving a shit and everything becomes terrible instantly. It's incredible. And it wasn't like instant. It was like tapering downwards, but you're right. The last season is the one. Like, damn. Humanic. What? No. Biblical levels of fuck up. I started reading what Xavier was saying. Humanity will have every opportunity to evolve, and if they don't, ask Noah. Awesome. Where is that like a quote from something? Do you know that from somewhere? Or did you just make that shit up? Screenwriter says, I don't speak Hebrew. Me neither, to be honest. Is it Hebrew? Hebrew is the written language. Do they speak Hebrew? Is that a thing? I feel like Yiddish is what they speak. Am I making that shit up? Saber says it's a conversation between Ultron and Wanda Maximoff. Oh. So Scarlet Witch and Ultron. Okay. Screenwriter says that I actually do not know. Saber says that's Jews. So yeah, the Hebrew is like as I understand it, it's the classical script of like people that are Jewish. Like the Bible was originally, maybe not originally, but it almost definitely wasn't originally. It was originally in like fucking Latin or whatever, and then it became Hebrew. I'm sorry. The Old Testament was definitely before Latin. Well, is it before Latin? I actually don't know how old the Roman language is. I think it's like 2000s BC, and the Old Testament is like 6,000 years old ish. So Hebrew would definitely be older by a lot. Something like that. And then the Bible itself obviously is like early 80. Like, I think that the Bible was more or less assembled and completed by like 1 or 200 AD, something like that, somewhere in there. There's a little bit of like wishy-washy shit going on. And like, you know, King James Version and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Screenwriter says, you do speak it, so saith Google. Hebrew and Yiddish are distinct languages by Jewish people, though they are often confused due to sharing the Hebrew alphabet. Ah, okay. So the Hebrew alphabet is used in Yiddish, but it's like the alphabet that we use, right? That's the same alphabet mostly in Spanish and also in French and in English, right? They all look the same, but they're different languages. They just share the alphabet. What the fuck is our alphabet called? Saku, what's our alphabet called? The alphabet? It should have a name, right? Because we've got like Roman numerals, right? But we also have like the numbers that we actually use, which are like, I guess, Arabic numerals or some shit. Screenwriter says the English alphabet, surely? No, they use it in French and Spanish too, dog.
The Latin script?
Nah, because Latin looks different, right? They got like omegas and shit in there. Oh, wait, is that the Greek alphabet? Maybe it is the Latin alphabet. Maybe it is Latin. Maybe you're right. Screenwriter says, surely Piff, shut up. No, dog. It's definitely not English. That can't be right. Screenwriter says the English alphabet is called the Latin alphabet, also known as the Roman alphabet. Okay, so it is Latin. Okay. All right, we got there. Good work, team. So I'm thinking like fucking Omicrons and Omegas and fucking Kappas and shit. And I'm like, wait, those are all Greek characters, aren't they? Yeah, they sure are. They sure do. Saber says, who's a bigger threat to the universe? Is my fucking Twitch chat censored? What the fuck? Oh, you did a link on accident. You put a period in somebody's name. Somebody's name that ends in OM. Dr. Doom. Dr. Period Doom. That's what it was. Yeah, you did Dr. Period Doom with no space, and so it thought it was a link. Who's a bigger threat to the universe? Thanos by far. Dr. Doom is not a threat to the universe. Dr. Doom isn't even a threat to the planet. Dr. Doom is like a great regent. He takes great care of his like country. Like he wants his country, whatever the fuck it's called or whatever, to do like great and prosper, and his people fucking love him. Like the place that he like rules over or whatever, those people have trouble believing that he's a villain. Saber says Dr. Doom killed the Beyonders. I don't know who they are. Scream Knight says, what did they do to deserve it? Yeah, no shit. Like, legit, I am like, okay, well, they clearly are assholes for some reason. I don't know who they are, but clearly they fucking, like, he genuinely wants to do right by his people and has done for a long time. I don't know all about Dr. Doom or anything like that, but I know a little bit about him. But yeah, Thanos by far. Thanos wants to fuck death. That's weird. He's a fucking weird guy. Saber says Doom murked Thanos. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like Thanos is a universal threat because he's interested in destroying the universe in some capacity. Dr. Doom isn't, though. I'm not saying that you should trust Dr. Doom with everything, like he's gonna make the whole world a better place. But he probably will, to be honest. Saber says only half of it. Bitch, that's half of it! That's a lot! Dr. Doom isn't gonna do that! I mean, I have no reason to believe that he would. Maybe a version of him does or whatever, but like I literally have no reason to believe that he's like, he's definitely self-interested. He's definitely not a hero, but he's also clearly not just a villain either. Screenwriter says, wait, were the Beyonders blowing up the multiverse? True. I don't know, man. Saber says they were experimenting on the multiverse and Dr. Doom had an fucking enough. So they were fucking with the multiverse. See? Screwdriver says, what kind of experiment, Savior? No, I'm already convinced. I'm already Team Doom. I'm already convinced. I'm wearing my fucking mask. I'm MF Doom in this shit. You left enough plausible deniability that I'm on Doom's side already. I don't know dick about the Beyonders, but they clearly were bad guys. They were clearly fucking villains. Because it's not like the Fantastic Four are good guys either. You ever heard of the Illuminati? They didn't call them that for no reason. Saber says they were trying to use Molecule Man as a bomb. Yeah, that's not good. It says, well. Yeah, no. Dr. Doom might be more capable than Thanos is, but he's not a threat, a universal threat like Thanos is. And if he is, he probably has a reason. And I'm not saying that Thanos didn't, but I am going to say that Thanos' rationale was dumb. He did not convince me that what he was doing was the best way to accomplish what he wanted to accomplish. It says, really got some elite ball knowledge. I don't know what you mean by that. Screenshot says, if I was going to get called a nerd every day, might as well lean into it. Yeah, true. I want to see what the drops are. Okay. All right, we're wrapping this shit up. Are you gonna stream, Pika? Are you gonna actually play Outer Wilds today? Be honest. I'll know if you fucking lie to me. I'll know. Screw says, don't threaten me with a good time, true. Saber says, someone tried to convince me that Saitama beats Superman. I think there's a death battle between them, but I'm not sure. Saitama. It's hard to know what Saitama's upper limit is. Superman's upper limit is like pretty well known, I think. Screenwrite says, people just don't understand the bustedness of Superman, though, to be fair. I don't know the bustedness of Saitama. Yeah, the manga for Saitama seems to increase his upper limit as like it just progresses. You know what I'm saying? Whereas Superman's upper limit seems to be like largely consistent. I think Saitama probably is weaker though, by a good amount, but I'm not sure. Mostly I only know about Saitama through Death Battle. Superman I mostly know through Death Battle too, but I know a lot of his feats independently of that, but I'm not like a comic book reader or anything like that. I just happen upon things here and there. Saber says, bro, Superman held the entire planet for a couple days and didn't even really struggle. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. I think that Saitama is definitely like a planet buster, but Superman is like theoretically like a galaxy buster. Not even a solar system buster, like theoretically like a galaxy buster. You know what I mean? Like, especially if we're talking like White Lantern Superman. If we're talking peak Superman, we're talking White Lantern Superman or some shit, right? Like, if we're talking like White Lantern shit, it's just like, don't even. If we're talking White Lantern, we need to be talking on the level of Sailor Moon, not Saitama, Sailor Moon. You know what I mean? We're talking like writing the universe type shit. Like, you can't. Shut the fuck up, Baldy. All right. The scale is different. It's just not the same. Like, we are on a different level in this moment. All right. Pikachu did not answer me at all, which means that he's busy, but he might be busy going live. Is the problem. Is the struggle. Oh, no, he is here. Are you going live? Answer the question right now. I'm asking for a friend. Pikachu says, I don't know, should I? Bitch, if you don't make your fucking... if you don't shoot your fucking shot right now. Pika says, I could go either way. Saber says, shines a lot on your eyes. Fucking answer right now. All right, so... if you go live, we're raiding in, and I'm hanging out for your whole fucking stream. Pikachu says, my voice kind of peckish, you know? What the fuck does that mean, dog? Your voice can't eat food. And if you go live, not only are you obligated to stream Outer Wilds, but you are also obligated to be there for my stream after. Pikachu says, I wanted to order like 40 cans of ravioli. That's a lot of fucking ravioli, holy shit. Though that's not a pallet. A pallet is a lot more than 40 cans. Unless it's a small pallet. But yeah, no, I think a pallet would be like 40 cans, like tall, I would guess, maybe. Savior says, you know how people say you got dropped on your head as a baby? No, nobody has told me that, actually. What the fuck do you mean? Because says, let's just do it like most streams. We can impromptu accidentally play Outer Wilds. What? I'm not playing Outer Wilds with you. You're playing Outer Wilds and I'm watching. But on my stream later, and maybe your stream as well, we're going to be playing a different game with Delta. That'll be at like noon, right? What the fuck are we doing? Noon, yeah. Pikachu says, what are we playing? I actually don't remember what we picked. I think it's GTFO. Yes, GTFO. Xavier says, I don't mean like you in specific, but you in general. My goddaughter dropped herself on her head, so I'm gonna blame her on her if she turns out crazy as hell. Good to know. Pikachu says, okay, yeah, that'll work. So you are going to go live, and yes, we are going to be playing GTFO. All right, fair enough. When did you wake up? When are you sleeping? Saber says, just fucking jumped off the bed. See, this is why you can't let dumbasses have beds. You got to give them cribs with fucking bars. You have to lock them into their fucking bed. Pikachu says, I'll sleep after stream. So you plan on sleeping after your stream and then waking up in time for my stream. So I'm going to end up with less sleep than you no matter what, huh? That's unfortunate. Saber says, sleeping? Who fucking sleeps? Yeah, it seems to be where I'm at the moment, but that's fine. Streamer says, I always drop them on their head just once. It's called hedging your bets. Oh, just in case. Makes sense. Pikachu says, won't our sleep be equal? Well, I'll wake up in time for my stream. You'll wake up in time to stream with me. So I'm going to sleep 3 hours. I'm going to wake up 3 hours earlier than you, probably. Maybe 4. My stream starts at 9 a.m. Your stream might end at 9 a.m. You see what I'm saying? Saber says Arkham Knight, but every time you die, install a new mod. Arkham Knight has mods? I had no idea that that was a fucking thing. Pikachu says, I did think about that. Like, what if we just did one long stream? What do you mean by that? Hold on. Slow the fuck down. What do you mean by that? Because I go offline, you go online, your stream starts now. Your stream ends when my stream starts? That's fucking crazy. You're gonna unraid my fucking raiders? Except I don't have raids turned on? Screenwrite says recycled viewers? Yeah, no shit. What the fuck? Saber says maybe not official mods, but most games have unofficial mods like Nexus and shit. Yeah, sure. I didn't know most games did. I knew that some games did. Pikachu says I'll never be able to hand them back. Yeah, unfortunately. All right. Get your happy ass online. Go live. Go do your thing. It's time. It's time to end the stream. You're streaming tomorrow too, right, Taku? Sunday?
What?
You got a Pokemon stream tomorrow?
Yep.
It's going to be the Pokemon finale?
Yep, quite possibly the last Pokemon stream.
All right. Enjoy your Pokemon tomorrow. You're going to be completing the Pokedex with any luck.
Yeah.
Pika says, I'm working on it. All right.
Actually, it's already completed.
Oh, shit. You already finished the Pokedex?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Real shit. Goddamn. Well done. Screwant says, finally, some good content. Xavier says, come on, man. I don't got a PC. I know there's most games have mods. Man, I don't know, man. I don't check most games. I don't like mods. I don't like that shit. Saber says, if you don't get your ass live, I'm a Pikachu you for real. That's fucking awesome. It's fucking awesome. That's fucking awesome. I love that sentence. That's beautiful. You're beautiful. Screen says valid crash out. Pikachu says the last Pokemon done by anyone ever. Maybe. There's a real chance. There's a real chance that that's the reality that we live in, the world that we live in. Saber says, if you're not ready, that's not our problem. Hit the fucking button. No. Give him a second. Be patient. Good things take time. All right, there he goes. All right, everyone. You guys know who Pikachu is. We're going to be watching him play Outer Wilds. If you haven't played Outer Wilds, then maybe you need to take your happy ass to the Steam store, get Outer Wilds, and play through it all right now in time for Pikachu stream. It's like 15 hours long. You can beat it. I believe in you. Good luck. 15 hours in like 3 minutes. Good luck. Good luck. Saber says, I don't know if he knows me that well, but I'm just busting your balls, Pika. Yeah, I'm sure he's fine. Fucking awesome stream title. All right, so he's playing through Outer Wilds for the very first time. It's a game that's best played through sight completely unseen. Don't worry about the nerd lock. That doesn't matter. We're ending stream. We're gonna be back tomorrow morning in like 8.5 hours or something like that. Taku's also gonna be live, but he's gonna be live in the afternoon. He starts at 4 p.m. EST. Pika's gonna be joining us tomorrow at noon. I hope you guys have a fantastic time. That's gonna be it for your boy. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. All right, we gotta wrap this joker up. We gotta be out of here. I gotta eat food and everything. Shit.